Meeting is open in person participation and available to the public. Via live stream on Central Consolidated School District's YouTube channel. Item 1, routine matters. A, call the meeting to order and verify quorum present through roll call. President Haskey?
Here, present.
Mr. So? Mr. Wells? Ms. Aspis?
Here.
And myself. We do have 3. We do have a quorum. Time is now 5:33. Item B, Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody stand, please. Face the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, if you would, prayer, please.
Everyone, please bow their heads. Prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come before you and before our community this evening. We ask that you bless all those folks that are here, especially the young people. Thank you for them and for all that they do for our community. And thank you for all the staff and the teachers. And thank you for the board members who wrestle with some really difficult decisions. Help us to make sure that we always keep your will in mind and keep our children in mind as we go about our business this evening. These things we pray and bless the food that was provided. All this in Jesus' name, amen.
I'll ask the board members to review the agenda. Someone would like to make a motion to approve the agenda or modify it?
Board President, Board Member Montoya, if I may, I did have a question from a gentleman and asking if he might be able to be moved a little bit for personal reasons. And that is, I don't believe his name is on the agenda, but it's all the way down at letter L. And that is Gary Mike, who was here for Ashland Mike. Is that correct, Jared? And we would like for him not to have to be here until the bitter end, which is, or at least letter L, which is close to the end.
So you're basically saying just do that one last?
They would like to do that first if possible.
Oh, first?
First, yeah. Or somewhat sooner, wherever. But first would be the best, yes.
First on the reports.
Please.
Board Member Matoya, if maybe you could move it to item D or somewhere, not the very beginning, but possibly just maybe a few reports after, so he can travel here from work. Thank you.
Certainly, I don't think going through the student staff community recognition and then moving to that one,
I think that would work. Thank you.
that'd work. All right. Are you about ready, Ms. Saski?
Almost.
Still waiting on a motion to accept the agenda.
I motion
Second?
with the changes.
Do I have a second? I don't think so. Was there anybody else online?
Board member Montoya, members of the board, there is no one else is online.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. And again, in respects to the report given by Mr. Mike, as soon as we get done with the student staff community recognition, we'll move on to Mr. Mike. Vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? And myself, yes. Motion approved. Agenda is approved. On to item 2, student staff and community recognition. A, celebrating a perfect attendance milestone. Superintendent?
I'd like to welcome Jared to the podium, and he will, I believe Jared is going to be doing the recognition for the next several.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. It's an honor today to be celebrating a remarkable achievement. We proudly recognize Miss Miller and the Peters family for their extraordinary dedication to academic excellence and consistent engagement in education. Each member of Miss Miller's children has achieved perfect attendance from pre-K through high school graduation, a remarkable testament to the family's unwavering commitment to learning, responsibility, and perseverance. This exceptional accomplishment reflects not only the students' individual determination, but also the strong support and values instilled at home by Miss Miller. We are honored to recognize the following students for achieving perfect attendance through the entire academic journey. We have Samantha Peters, class of 2012, Michael Peters, class of 2013, Jonathan Peters, class of 2014, Cassandra Peters, class of 2016, Tyler Peters, class of 2019, and Clea Peters, who will be graduating this year and is the last the last of the Peters that Miss Miller will be having in her house. So the district commends Miss Miller for her outstanding example of bringing students to the classroom and prioritizing attendance, always knowing that students in the school buildings is the best thing for their education. So congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your dedication.
Would you like to say something, Ms. Peters?
Well, the only thing I can say is I didn't do it alone. If it wasn't for the staff at the schools, my colleagues, my family, I don't have family from here, originally from Wisconsin, so I relied on colleagues, teachers. I mean, Ms. Gallagher made sure staff was there at 7 o'clock, so I could be at work at 7:15 this year, until my daughter got her driver's license. And she spent an hour and a half in the building prior to class starting. But my greatest accomplishment with her is she will graduate with her AA degree from San Juan College the week before the high school graduation.
Board Member Montoya, members of the board, Madam President, Superintendent Carlson, to put a cherry on top of it too, Miss Clea Peters will be the valedictorian for the Strip Park High School graduation.
Oh, wow.
And Miss Miller and the Peters will be celebrities because they will be on KLB4 actually tonight, this evening, to recognize her perfect attendance family. So that concludes item A, Board Member Matoya.
Are there any comments from the board? Ms. Asmus, go ahead.
You know, those type of milestones are rare, very rare, even in employment, even when there's a bonus attached to it. But I really, in this day and age, that is very commendable, and that's outstanding that, you know, all the siblings and it's just wonderful to hear, and I really wish at this moment I was rich enough to give her something, you know, and may I ask what her associates is in?
Associates in Liberal Arts. She's going to go on to work for public health.
That's great, and then from our district too, yay. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I like to add, you know, it's the family and the teachers that foster that willingness and want, and creates community within the school, within the classroom, and it creates that commitment. So thank you for creating that community for that family. It is really commendable that the whole family has the perfect attendance, which really goes to highlight how important family is, and teachers like you, everybody who is involved in the community, how important that is in a child's growth, in their continued growth, because now you have a student that's going on, received her associates, and then will be moving on to her bachelor's and so forth. So it's really commendable. I thank you so much for the dedication and creating that community, that family. Thank you.
It was a competition for the first one. I think we'll help each other.
It's great. It's awesome. Isn't that what they say? It takes a village. So it's awesome. Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Absolutely. Ms. Peters, as much as you would like to deflect the fact that there's others involved, yes, there is. However, if they do not have a strong mother as that foundation, it's like a house. If you don't have a solid foundation, someone who truly believes in their ability, and quite frankly, not just nudge them, but push them to that, those kids won't do it on their own. You know that. And that's the honest to God's truth. I have nothing but respect for you, what you've done, what your kids have done. I know all your kids. They know my kids. My wife had, I think maybe one or two of your kids in her class. And again, I have nothing but praise for you, ma'am. Absolute respect for what you've done with your children. So congratulations to you. Thank you. I now yield the mic over to the president.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Board Member Montoya, for that. We will move on to letter B, Skills USA student recognition.
Can our students please stand here on the black tape? I can see the red jackets here. Oh, they're glued to the screens. Well, that's BPA. Excuse me. Oh, Alan, pass those booklets to the people behind you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Sharon, if you could Mind scrolling down just a little bit for me to read? So again, our Bond Wilson Tech students performed at the state competitions back in March. And we're here to recognize the following students who have medaled with fantastic results from Alan Palmer, Arnessa Minigoat, and we have Caitlin Deschini, correct? Thank you. And Liliana Nelson, who I believe is Lily, is she here? She's online. And Angelo Ben, who have earned gold medals for their state competitions last month. If we could give them a round of applause, please. And then to follow up, we have silver medal Bradley Franco. If we could give him a round of applause. And we have bronze medal Calvin Barber. Thank you very much. Is that you, Calvin? Are you Calvin Barber for bronze medal? So just to conclude, the gold medalists have now earned this incredible opportunity to compete at the Skills USA National Championship in June, representing Bond Wilson and their entire state at New Mexico. So if we could give one more round of applause. Madam President, members of the board, what you have in front of you is a book made by Alan Palmer, who earned gold medal for that book that he just made. And Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, that concludes item B.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's great. Any questions or comments from the board?
Oh, just a comment and congratulations for everything you've done. And this is very good, outstanding. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's great. Any other comments? Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, you students. Thank you so much for representing our school district. It's I know it takes a lot of commitment and dedication on top of your regular schoolwork and all the things with your house, even with your home life. It takes a lot of dedication. So we really appreciate all the effort you all have expended in this. And it shows through your booklet, and we're really proud of you. So thank you for representing our school district.
Okay.
All right, let me see.
Thank you, students. You may sit down.
Letter C, student recipient honored at bilingual award ceremony.
Is Isaac also here in the audience? Isaac, are you online? Mr. Brady, are you online? Might be at the baseball game. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, again, Cadence and Isaac are celebrities now in our beloved communities. Recognized once again for their bilingual seal proficiency in Navajo language. So a couple weeks ago, they did attend the award ceremony in Flagstaff, and it was just a well celebrated event. I'll save all the talking to Mr. Brady because he did prepare a video just in case if he wasn't going to be here, and we'll have him share what happened 2 weeks ago. Sharon, if you can keep scrolling down and play that video, please. Full screen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Brady. I'm of the Salt People clan, born for the water flows together people. My maternal grandparents are of the Big Water clan, and my paternal grandparents are of the Folded Arms people. That's how I identify myself as a Navajo man. This evening, I would like to express an appreciation for the 2 young students from Central Consolidated School District who earned the Navajo Nation bilingual seal. First of all, from Kirtland Central High School, my maternal grandchild, Cadence Yazzie. Cadence was able to speak from the heart and also sang a song to the listening audience there at the awards assembly. Her song provided a sense of soothing comfort for the attendees as they travel many miles for this awards assembly. Next, we have Isaac Merritt from Shiprock High School. Isaac was able to speak to the audience, telling them that the learning of the language begins at home. He stressed to the parents and to the grandparents that they should take a few minutes out of every day to speak to their students, to their kids in our unique Indian language. He expressed that learning the language became something that he had to learn quickly as his maternal grandmother was ill, and in order for him to help care for her, he had to learn the language to make sure he was providing the right medication, giving her what she needed at the time of her illness. These 2 students have embarked on the journey for us and to have paving the way for our students in the school district to strive to learn and try to achieve the bilingual seal. I'd like to acknowledge Shiprock High School Principal, Ms. Stacy Gallagher, Career Prep High School Principal, Mr. Dane Gallagher, as they were in attendance to support both of these students. I'd like to also acknowledge from ICO, Dr. Berlinda Begay, as she was also there in attendance and provided words of reassurance and a comforting message as well to the attendees. I also like to say a big thank you to the Central Consolidated School District School Board President, Suzette Jane Haskey Oberly. Your presence there at the awards ceremony meant a lot to these young students. I believe you might have been the only school board representative from the Navajo Nation, all these schools that were represented, to be in attendance. Thank you for supporting these 2 students from Kirtland Central and Shiprock. Last but not least, the Central Consolidated School District Public Information Officer, my nephew, Garrett Noble. Thank you for your continuous support, academics and athletic-wise, for our students. The other awardees were watching Cadence and Isaac as you went around and they placed a mic on them and videoed them as they spoke. I imagine the other awardees were wondering if they were going to get the same kind of treatment. Your presence there meant a lot to us as parents, teachers, educators. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Cadence is here in attendance. She spoke last time, but if maybe she wants to recap on the ceremony and maybe tie a bow on this bilingual seal celebration, she can.
Sorry. Yes, please do so.
Ja, też kierożne, kiedy zjazdy się, taczini na szlankini ani basiści, do mojej desiri das che, do senajini das nala. Alo dagaskai de kahashtin, to dagaskai woda olta de inishtra. Hello everyone, my name is Cadence Yazzie, and I currently go to school at Kirtland Central High School. I currently reside in Kirtland as well, but I'm originally from Round Rock, Arizona, that's where my family's from too. A little bit about the ceremony I attended. It was in Flagstaff, Arizona, and they did a recognition of all the recipients, and it was such a cool feeling, knowing there was only 2 of us from our area, and I can imagine what the other kids felt because some of them were first-time recipients of their schools, and there was only individual from their own schools, but once again, it was an amazing feeling, knowing that there are other kids across Navajo Nation who understands and comprehends the language, such as yourself. And at being this age, it's really awesome. It's really cool to see what things they talked about and how what their fluency level was. And it was cool being able to communicate with others in your language, knowing they're the same age as you. And so I really stressed youth. I try to advocate as much as I can for not only the youth but our communities to get involved with the Navajo language, and not only that, but because we have a lot of diverse ethnicities here within Central Consolidated, and so I encourage you all to learn your language, to learn your culture and your traditions as well. And so with the title I have, I'm the current Miss Northern Navajo teen as well. And so with that, my platform is to encourage the youth and others to learn their language. And I try to help with what I can and what I know, and to use my knowledge to help others as well. And so that was a little bit about the ceremony. It was such a awesome feeling once again. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the board members who are here with us today, and encouraging and being that support system for us. I feel like this is I said it last board meeting, but I feel like this is a perfect example of how important school and education is, because Isaac, he grew up with it in his homestead, and so with me, I didn't really have it in my homestead. It wasn't pushed on us. Like I said, I don't have family out here. They're all from Arizona. And so with education, as I was a little girl, I felt singled out because I wanted to learn. It was very awesome. It felt really cool to know as much as I did and to understand it. Even at a young age, I realized there's other kids who went to school with me who didn't understand ceremonies. There was kids who didn't understand, even the teachers as well. They didn't understand when I'd bring up a ceremony or when I'd ask about something. They'd be like, "That's not how it is," or "That's not what we do." And it being at that young age in kindergarten, it was kind of heartbreaking. Sometimes I get emotional talking about it because I felt singled out, and because people didn't understand, the things I would talk about. And so that's when it was my comfort. It was like me being back home in the reservation. And so that's why I try to encourage it. I try to encourage the teachers to, specifically make it fun for them again. Make it fun for our youth at the elementary school, and not only that level, but at the middle school and high school as well. I don't take Navajo at the high school. I currently don't take Navajo out at all, excuse me. But I stopped at middle school because that's where I felt, it's not fun anymore. It's not how it used to be. It's not, the curriculum's different. It's not hands-on. It's not playing games no more. It's just paperwork, and it's just do this assignment and turn it in. And it's not really we're learning. It's not, it's not intricate no more. It's just kind of there. And I feel like that's something that everyone needs to take initiative on as much as you can and advocate for it as well. And so with that being said, that's all I have for you today, and I'll leave you with just encouragement to continue to teach one another, even if it's just simple phrases like "Hello, Ya'ate," or goodbye Hagonet. Even if it's just little stuff like that, you're still trying, and that's what matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, are there any comments or questions?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Congratulations. Absolutely. Not only are you preserving your language, you're solidifying your identity. And to me, that is hugely important for people to understand that, especially coming from you and what you just expressed on how, when you got into high school, the way it was taught changed. And that's important because it has to be engaging. People have to want to be there. And the educators have to make it to where it is engaging, and the kids want to be there and learn that. So I thank you for saying that and with your honesty. I truly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Go ahead.
As you said the last time that you were here and you received recognition, I really took that to heart. I think, just thinking about what you said about just papers being thrown at you for homework and, for your Navajo language course. And I recalled my daughter, the same thing, and she wasn't interested. And so it's valuable feedback, what you shared with us. And I really think that, and there was a young man that came years ago that talked about Grandma's Boot Camp, and I like that expression and I like that title. And he talked about how he had this theory that where the students could go there for the summer and with the actual grandma and and learn the language. And I think he was onto something. And then since then I've heard different theories of how to revitalize the language, and one of them is our board member here, Montoya. But it really comes back down to the home and your support, because even for myself, personally, at a young age, your siblings will tease you and relatives will tease you. And for me, I tried to say something to 3 grandmas from Burnham. And I thought I did well, but I got laughed at. And my sister was laughing and she says, "You sound like a white person." And ever since then, that just stayed with me. And even now, to where I hear myself, and I shared that with one of the principals, and what they were doing was having their students do the Pledge of Allegiance in the morning, or introduce themselves in the morning and over the speaker. And I thought, wow, yeah, that could work, and but I think there's so many ways, and I wish we could find the answer so that we have more students like you. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, we do have Isaac online.
Oh, good.
Oh, and Mr. Brady.
Mr. Brady, would you like to add anything to your presentation? Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? He might have come on. Oh. Do you see him? No. I don't know if he's on there, or he might have thought it. Yeah, he might have dropped off. So if you see him back on, please interrupt us. Are there any other comments?
Yes, I got
Go-
one,
go ahead.
one more to add. Cadence, I think all of us would have been there in support of you, Twin Arrows. I know I would have, but we had our Atlanta, Georgia conference, and the three of us had attended, and but I just wanted you to know that, and but I think the one that I really, really will keep in my heart, my memories, is the one in the gym. You know, with you surrounded by your family. So, thank you.
Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the comments and being able to do well at this award ceremony. I understand that the bilingual seal is one of the highest honors that the Navajo Nation can give to students, and it's just a testament to show that you are able to do well with the language and culture, and just being able to demonstrate your character here. And as Board Member Montoya stated, it's the feedback that we've received from yourself as a student would give us insight about how we can improve the quality of program delivery with our district to make the language more exciting, more engaging, and hope to get more students who are fluent in the language. Thank you.
Yeah, I so appreciate that. It was really great watching you. Shanal, I know that you just introduced yourself, so Shanal, and it's amazing. And like you said, there was only, I think, 20 something students across the Navajo Nation, people that came from Albuquerque and all over. So it was really amazing to see you and Isaac on the stage, and to hear you, and to listen to your greetings and how you introduced yourselves and how you spoke to the audience. I think that's really tremendous. It does take a lot of work. Navajo is not easy. The nebizad bohojos aho nantla, and shemasane bitsane bosh. And so I have, at least I I carry that. So it's really commendable that you didn't have that, but you learned it, that you learned to write and speak and read it. I don't know how to read it. I don't know how to write Navajo. It's really hard for me. And so it's a huge honor that you learned that. And it's not always spoken in your family, but that makes it even more commendable of what you've achieved. So I really am humbled by how you took it upon yourself to learn that. When I was young and at Newcomb High School, we didn't have that option. We didn't have Navajo language. We only had Spanish. And so it's wonderful that you learned that. So thank you, Kehat.
Thank you. Okay.
With that, thank you.
Can I? Make
Yes,
another
go ahead.
comment? So to leave the board members what something is, I might get emotional, but I have my little sister here with me today, and I get emotional because I was her age and I was trying to still learn it, but now the way I grew up with the school system and how Navajo was, it was fun. It was really, really fun in elementary school. And then I got to middle school, and it's just, I'd see my peers not care about it anymore. And they stopped. And so from there on, I went to high school. In the high school, I stopped, and I wasn't interested in it anymore. And so I feel for my sister, because it's like, as you're growing up with this language and how the curriculum starts to decrease going to high school, it's not fun no more. It's not intricate anymore. And so I feel like that's something, not only with Navajo, but with Spanish and the other ethnicities as well, is to, check up on your schools, check up on your middle schools, your high schools. Make sure they're doing what they're supposed to. Make sure they're incorporating it, even if it's little games, if it's little stuff like money or playing bingo or playing, little games with like chairs or something. That's how I learned in elementary, and I feel like that's where most of my language came from, was during elementary school. And so that's what I want to leave with you guys today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent
Yes.
Carlson, just to conclude, at the ceremony, they did award tablets for those who earned their bilingual seal. So I want you guys to remember that. You guys can get incentives for earning your bilingual seal in Navajo. So
And they got their shawls.
and they got
shawls
their,
and robes.
yes, they got showered with gifts. It was incredible.
Yeah. So it was great.
Thank you.
But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, don't let go.
Next, D, Newcomb High School launches first Special Olympics.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, as you know, the Special Olympics are going on this year, and just a unique story I think I find interesting is that Newcomb launched their first Special Olympics this year with 22 students competing in the games. So I just wanted to give them a congratulations for stepping up and doing that. And that concludes item D.
Okay, thank you. They're not here? We can't say thank you. Okay,
We do have Joel here.
okay.
Well, he's just spearheading the whole operations along with Kim Nakai, board member Aspis.
Oh, that's great.
Something that's not very much talked about or celebrated, and I'm glad that
Madam President, can I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
I just wanted, I didn't get my mic unmuted quick enough, but I wanted to tell those that achieved their bilingual awards, congratulations, that's quite an accomplishment, especially where they didn't have it at home. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Balasweet, do you want to say anything?
I would like to appreciate the support of the schools, the principals, the staff who really made this happen, and the hardworking students in the building, because they're the ones that making this thing happen and getting these activities in schools.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, it is our goal to next year compete with other schools in the Special Olympics. So that's hopefully something we can all get along and get on board with to make that happen.
That's great. That's great. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. And next, E, letter E, state powerlifting results 2025.
Do we have any powerlifters in the crowd here? We got one. Go ahead, come up here.
Ooh.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I just wanted to point out that do not push their buttons. All right, I just want you to identify. I want you to know who they are, so you don't, mess with them. Okay. So I believe Mackenzie, right? So I'll go ahead and start with Mackenzie Newser, who's a freshman, correct? Freshman this year, and she has competed in the state tournament. Finished second place with a total lift of 540 pounds, which she achieved with squatting 195 pounds for squat, 100 pounds for bench press, and 245 pounds for deadlift. And she competed in the 114-pound weight division. So if you can give her a round of applause. Madam President, if Ms. Nooster wants to share a few words.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to my coaches, my family, and all of you guys for y'all's support and dedication and giving us the ability to use the weight room and buy the equipment that we need. It's a really big honor to be up here. I lifted last year at state and I placed fifth, and so to come from being in fifth to all of a sudden being in second and not being far behind first is just a really big achievement, and I wouldn't be able to do it without anyone of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, she was an 8th grader and she still placed top 10 or 5 in her division.
Wow.
So she's just only going to get better from here on out. So, and then just to, Sharon, if you could go back up one more time. Just to recap with Curlin Central High, Ethan Billy, who we did invite, he finished first place with a combined lift of 710 pounds, and he broke state records in all 3 categories with state, bench, and deadlift. So then we have Terica Dowdy, who finished second place with a total lift of 775 pounds. We have Jaron Tyler, who finished first place in deadlift with a lift of 296 pounds in deadlift, and the team finished 9th place for boys. Mackenzie, did girls finish at all? Okay, I'm pretty sure I might have missed the results for the girls competitions. Sharon, if you can scroll down, we'll go into Shiprock. So we have Kokulani, Miss Gallagher, did I say that correctly? Miss Kokulani Claw, who competed in the 220-pound class, finished 3rd place with a total lift of 655 pounds. We have Delilah Henderson, who finished 5th place with a total lift of 625 pounds in the 181-pound class. We have Jaden Harrison, who competed in the 220-pound class, finishing 5th place with a total lift of 590 pounds. And the team finished 14th overall at state competition. Last but not least, we have Jordan White from Newcomb High School. Sharon, if you could scroll down a little bit. Jordan White finished 3rd place with a total lift of 1,700 pounds.
Wow.
Deadlifting, he finished 3rd place in deadlifting with 286 pounds and 45 pounds. It's a lot of weight, Madam President and members of the board. So with that, that does conclude the state results for state wrestling.
Great. Any comments? Okay. Yes. Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And he's a junior this year.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Our students are doing amazing things. So I know that takes a lot of work to commit to your craft. So more power to you, because I that's scary. Holding all that weight. Yeah. Excuse the
Madam
pun.
President,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to congratulate them all. That's
Yes.
quite an accomplishment, not just district-wide, but recognize their achievements and their hard work. Congratulations to them.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Go ahead.
So it brings me back to when I had knee surgery, and they told me that to pass my physical 80 pounds, and you're able to do 500. And I had to walk, I believe, 50 feet with it. And then later learned that they gave me the wrong, it was supposed to have been 65 pounds. But I did it, and oh my gosh, I mean, how you pull that off and the things you have to do here, that's amazing. I just hope that be careful. And then, you know, and I hope this is something that you'll last in, you know, sport wise, and because be careful.
So thank you so much, and thank you to all our athletes who might be online. That's so amazing. So thank you for sharing your information too. Thank you. Okay. F, New Mexico Legislature Certificate celebrating gifted education, ability, talent, and potential in all schools. Recognition, acknowledgement certificate by Senator Antoinette Cedillo Lopez, honorably accepted by Kate Morris, gifted instruction coach, CCSD Gifted, Talented, and Creative Program on March 11, 2025 at the New Mexico Roundhouse.
Good evening, Madam President, school board members, and Mr. Superintendent. I stand before you today deeply honored to have represented Central Consolidated School District's Gifted, Talented, and Creative Program at New Mexico State Legislature Roundhouse on March 11th. I was privileged to be invited by Senator Antoinette Cedillo Lopez and stood with her on the Senate floor during the reading of a significant certificate titled Ability, Talent, and Potential in All Schools. This certificate serves as a powerful statement acknowledging and celebrating the diverse gifts present with our New Mexico student population. It specifically highlights the recognition of various forms of giftedness, including artistry, leadership, academic excellence, divergent creativity, and intellectualism. The crucial need of wise, intelligent, and creative leaders who can envision new possibilities and develop innovative solutions for our state's future. The understanding that students are ready for more complex, independent learning and advanced curriculum exists in every school in New Mexico. The understanding that boredom and disengagement can arise when the educational experience lacks challenge, pace, and alignment with the student's interests and abilities, and the affirmation that students with high ability, talent, and potential come from all socioeconomic, cultural, and language backgrounds, and may also have disabilities. Therefore, the certificate concludes with a resolution to celebrate students with gifts of high ability, talent, and potential from all New Mexico schools, as well as dedicated educators who serve them on this ability, talent, and potential in all schools day. Central Consolidated School District's Gifted and Talented program has been one of the leading districts in revitalizing gifted education and adopting the 2003 New Mexico Gifted Rule change. This certificate is a significant step in recognizing the unique needs and immense potential of our gifted, talented, and creative students across the state. It reinforces the opportunities and the support necessary to thrive and become the innovative leaders of tomorrow. CCSD's presence at the Roundhouse, alongside Senator Cedillo Lopez, underscores our district's commitment to these students and their vital role of their future in New Mexico. It is my honor and privilege to present the legislative certificate to the Central Consolidated School Board and Superintendent Carlson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Go ahead.
You know, with this gifted and before, when right around that time the legislative sessions were going on, I had this question, and a person asked me this question as they were looking over the the items and some of the bills that were suggested and things like that. And it was, you know, in the school system, we're always trying for, I guess, equity. And so how do we have a separate group called Gifted? You know, and I thought the whole idea was to, you know, teach or instruct students, everybody the same. And so how do you have the special group where there's called Gifted, and they're challenged a little bit more. Their curriculums is different. And you know, and it brings me back, that is a good question, because I feel that sometimes you know, you just the same way with college bound students, to where some just want to go to work, choose technical trades. And neither one is wrong, you know, and so I'm just throwing that out, you know, and you know, just that thought came back to me. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, in the state of New Mexico, gifted education has been under the umbrella of special education since 1978. And the reason is because those students learn a little bit differently than the majority of the population. And one of my passions since I began teaching gifted in 2015 was making sure our secondary students get that challenging environment, because over 30% of the dropout population are either gifted or non-identified gifted, because they get bored in school and they drop out. But we have students that are in the gifted program that are college bound, work bound, and also technical school bound. So they are all different types of pathways. Does that answer your question?
Just a thought. I'm just throwing that out there. I didn't really expect a right answer, but just throwing it out there and something to think about. And thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I have a lot of appreciation for the gifted program. My sons had IEPs for the gifted programs, and I'm so glad, because in their during their elementary years, we had to move to a school district that had the gifted program. So I'm so appreciative that our school district has that, and it's growing. And we have dedicated staff like yourself that are providing those services, because it's very hard when you have gifted students to keep them engaged and keep their growth going. I mean, that they're constantly wanting to learn, and keeping that, the newness, the innovativeness in education. So I have so much appreciation for that, because I experienced it firsthand, watching and seeing the difference. So I so appreciate you and Dr. Leandro. I almost had it to be able to grow the gifted program. So thank you.
I'll be giving an update later today to show you the growth that we've had this year. So.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
I do have
Go
a
ahead.
comment. I think we heard a little earlier from the young lady who received the seal, that on how, again, not to, just to paraphrase her, was disengaged. But again, you have to have attentive human beings in that classroom, meaning educators who understand that, see that, and realize, and then go above and beyond to challenge students. I mean, that's really, to her point, is what she was saying. So that's absolute importance in that classroom, to keep them engaged. Then find those that you can challenge even more, to stimulate their inquiry. So no matter what we do, there was a line in a movie I once talked about. There was a teacher who was brought into a new school. It was in a movie, and he says, well, I'm a special education teacher. And the principal said, all education is special.
Mhm.
And that's how they need to be treated, because they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yay. That's it. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Comments from the audience. Number 3, A, comments. And Ms. Aspis, would you like to do your comment during board report? No. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm coming off the board, my board seat as somebody here, public. So this
Hold on
is-
just a moment. Let me read this real quick. I forgot. Okay, I'll read the whole thing. In order to recognize staff or community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask that you fill out this card, which was presented to the board president prior to starting the meeting. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. And the board requests that your cooperation resolving issues or concerns by asking you to follow the chain of command and consult with the appropriate school district personnel prior to discussing the issues with the board. Doing so will usually result in a more timely solution. Public comments and observations regarding non-agenda items that fall within the responsibility of the board may be heard at this time. Although board members may provide a short response, the board is not able to discuss matters not listed on the agenda. Comments regarding matters under litigation will not be allowed. We are interested in your comments and concerns. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to let my constituents know, those that are from my district and online, that this is the second meeting. Actually, I've had a request in before about lobbyists and that presentation, and I don't know if, well, for example, last meeting, a board member requested their graduation info. It's on the agenda. So now I'm looking at this. I don't know how many votes I need or somebody to say, but I'm still waiting and wanting the lobbyist presentation and now to add our legal fees to that. Sometime on the agenda and not in an executive session, not behind closed doors. Thank you.
Move on to letter or number 4, board and superintendent reports. A, board member report. Mr. Montoya?
As Ms. Aspa said a little earlier, we did attend the National School Board Association conference in Atlanta, and there was a lot of good information that was presented in the breakout sessions. And I will be sharing some of those with the superintendent as considerations for the school district. Some of them have grant money tied to them, certainly to help support the education within the district with some of these programs. There was also some very good speakers that were present, and one of them hopefully we can try to get to come in and speak. But again, we'll get that information to the superintendent. But I just want to say again that there was some really positive information that was disseminated in the breakout sessions, and it's very educational and progressive in the sense of being able to expand the kids' mind, and that will help and do, I think, in my opinion, a great deal of forwarding their education. So that's it. Thank you. Oh, also, I apologize. I was very fortunate to attend a couple events at Eva B. Stokely. One of them, I got to play the Easter Bunny for the fourth and fifth grade classes, and I was invited, and the kids had a blast. It was amazing, and there was somebody brought an egg. It was a huge egg, and it had like about 15 little eggs inside of it. I put a little bonus on that one, and so all the kids were in the building. Myself and the principal's husband were out there laying out the eggs, and so I told the kids, and they're all in the hallway. I said, "There's one special egg out there." I said, "If you find it, you have to bring it to the fifth grade teacher and let me know, and there's a bonus for that." So we were out there, and I had them all lined up, and said, "Ready, set, go," and they took off. And I thought it was going to be at least 20 minutes before they found the golden egg. And within 5 minutes, this little girl starts running up to me. I found it. I said, how did you know? She goes, "I was watching you. You turn around, you're looking in the back, towards the back." So that's where I went. So I was like, oh my God. But that was a blast. Again, had a lot of fun with those kids. I truly want to thank Miss Lewis for putting that on for those kids. It was wonderful. Did a wonderful job. And the other one was had to do with dinosaurs. I think it was a reading program that they had. I went in there the day before, and they were putting it up. And oh my God, that staff went out of their way and really did a wonderful job in incorporating and working with the kids. They had a lot of the other schools in the area go and attend. So that was wonderful. I was in there for a little bit and watched them engaged, and that was really good too. So again, to Miss Lewis, that was, kudos to her for being able to put that on in the manner that they did for those kids. So
That's good.
I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Just one question. Did you have to get in a bunny suit?
No, I did not. But I was hopping though.
Thank you. Miss Aspis?
So, my time there at the Atlanta, Georgia conference, first of all, I got together with Gallup board, and one of the Gallup board members, she was had just come out of surgery, and so she was on a scooter, and but I end up finding myself on a scooter, and I had cramped up so bad my legs, and so I found myself a scooter, but I used that as a learning tool, and I really want to say to those of us that attend conferences, do that, because I don't know if you see my grandchild. She's in a wheelchair, and to truly relate to some of her hardships and to see what they see, I got a chance to do that, and so seeing how the doors are not working, and no ramps are provided. The coffee shop that led to a ramp was closed, and they locked their doors, and then getting stuck in the elevator with Gallup board member, and it was an experience, and didn't intend for that, but it truly let me see what my grandchild and what some of our students in wheelchairs go through, the handicap. And so I just ask that you guys, if you have that moment, that chance, try that. And then as the sessions, I really wanted to attend mainly because of what's happening federally, and really want to see the tune or the tone of other people in parts of America, how they're responding to Trump's executive orders. And one session I went to, the guy talked about how can we keep diversity in our teachers, and how can we continue that without having to be threatened, without being funded and things like that. And then I let him know where I was from and, you know, the reservation. And I said, we really don't have that option in diversity, because the reservation does not have a lot to offer as far as grocery stores, as far as fitness places. So our selling point is, you know, free housing and employment. And so a lot of I don't want to say good teachers, but some of the good candidates, they go elsewhere where they have those things provided. And so, you know, and I, again, I was kind of, a lot of these people were sitting there truly listening, and I was surprised that they were surprised. But again, I think just sharing, sitting down, discussing, you know, some of these, what we have here, what we know as life here, what is normal. They go on to share it elsewhere, and you know, and then the speaker that board member Montoya was talking about, got to sit down and talk to him the evening before, and he shared with me that in Idaho and in another state, that he was banned from bringing up DEI. And then in this particular, as guest speaker on Saturday, he talked about how he couldn't get insurance as a public speaker because people don't want to touch these items. These they're so controversial. So he couldn't get insured as a public speaker. So that is just truly surprising to me. But those are the kind of things that I wanted to see and hear. Because I don't, when you, and it's sad because it's all talked about as DEI as an acronym. But when you say it fully, what it means, you know, that's where we need to get back to. What those three acronyms mean. That's what we need to get back to. Thank you.
Board Member So.
Yeah, board members Montoya and Aspis have covered a lot. I don't want to get to say too much, but generally, like a lot of the materials and information presented during the national convention were very incredible. So one of the big talking points or takeaways I got from the presentation by Ravi is that out of all the changes and things going on in the world, one of the things that the future requires is really to pivot, meaning that whatever is thrown at you, the challenges, obstacles, if you're able to have the right people in place with capable leadership, if you're able to pivot, you can turn on a dime, no matter what happens out there, whether it's what happens in Congress, Washington, and it's being able to make those type of changes as things happen. And also, it's just being able to inspire curiosity and encourage students to keep going, even if they fail. The other takeaway is being able to nurture talent, developing strengths, using all types of assessments. So one of the big things that I think we've been incorporating as part of our board is looking at assessments in a positive way. So rather than wait for like the end of year result, like the high stakes assessment, what do we do in the meantime to look at how our districts how our district and students are performing, such as use of formative assessments throughout the course of the year. So that would be like short cycle assessments, and the the best analogy that I remember that was made was that when a chef makes their soup, they taste it along the way and they make adjustments rather than wait till the end and hope it turns out for the best. So that's one of the big takeaways. And again, also, it's about provoking critical thinking and incorporate a lot of these different things out there, such as artificial intelligence, AI, and so forth. So the other big one was talking about the joy. How do you bring joy into the district and the joy of learning, which I thought was a little bit odd. But then that particular session also talked a lot about how do you make your schools welcoming, relevant to what's being taught, what's being learned. So rather than just focus on textbooks and all these other things, what are all these different elements that make school fun, learning, engaging, such as the student here who talked about Navajo language and culture. What is it our district is doing to make sure that what's being taught is fun, exciting, and incorporating elements of what's being taught to the students, so it's fun to learn, engaging, and make them want to learn, inspiring students to learn in that regard. And I'm also glad that we're incorporating some other elements, such as looking at all these other elements, such as data, to try to make adjustments and improvements to the district along the way. And of course, we talked about some of the big things out there, such as what's going on in Washington, D.C., President Trump, budget cuts, and all this other stuff. And that out of all the doom and gloom, that there is still hope. And that our focus is really about doing what's best for kids, doing what's best for community. And that when it comes to topics of DEI, being Navajo, being from this community, we are not DEI. It's who we are. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I add to that, please?
Yes,
I
go ahead.
apologize. I think I said that at one of our meetings when I went specifically letter by letter. We are diverse, we are inclusive, and we are equitable in delivering that education. So quite frankly, I'll be damned if anybody tells me I can't apply DEI, because we do it every single day.
Right.
I mean, it's natural. And I don't say that combatively, but that's what we do, and that's how we do it. So I don't need anybody to define it for me. And to the gentleman that they're talking about, Robbie, he's the one that certainly would, if we could, to try to get him, because he has some very poignant words, I think that will be very beneficial to the district and for our educators to hear. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wells, do you have any reports?
I don't have any reports. The only problem I will comment on DEI and the problems with DEI is not that we don't include or can't include. Certainly we do. The problem with it is nationwide it has been used to subjugate quality for equity, and it's been used as a form of racism, quotas in education, quotas in teachers. Instead of merit-based, they're quota-based, and that's where DEI has gone amok. Thank you.
And I would like to also say the same thing. I think that as a school district, we're trying to find that happy balance, that friendly balance for our students, for you. We do the decisions that we make are because of you, all the students that are here today. So we think about the decisions in the schools, the decisions that we make in terms of everything from textbooks to curriculum, everything that we do is because of the students here, the students that are in our school district. They're our priority. And as much as sometimes we get tugged different ways, at the end of the day, you guys are what keeps us going. You're the ones who keep us making these tough decisions. And so I speak for myself that I really appreciate all that's said from the students, from you guys, what's working, what's not working, and it's really important that we see you succeed, that you guys are successful, but also happy and learning, engaged, and all that. So I'm so appreciative for my colleagues to be able to bring some things back to the school district so that we can look at how we do things and refine those things. So I have a lot of appreciation for all the innovative things that we might be able to do. So thank you.
I have
Go ahead.
additional. Just as what was brought up about coming to that balance. I think if we weren't on the reservation and from the reservation, I'm really trying to formulate this in the best way I can, but I think it's best just to say what I need to. Growing up on the reservation and the schooling, the education that I had, and then now looking back, and then when I take these conferences and we have chances to go to different schools, charter schools, private schools, and see what they're doing. And I didn't know we were lacking. I didn't know that. And to think, had we had those same, even grass, if we had those same settings, those same environment and buildings, all that lab equipment, who could have said that I wouldn't be here as I could be, scientist or something other than being here. And, and to me, we didn't know that. I didn't know that until, going out and exploring and seeing those. And I know it was said that, DEIs without merit, the treatment I remember I got, even to qualify for my apprenticeship into the electrical trade, the treatment I thought it was fair. And then not until years later did I know that I was lucky. Being a woman, being one that's Navajo, I was lucky. And so for somebody to say that and not agree with DEI, and to live here and especially me living it all these years, I wish I could say that. I wish I could say different, but I can't. And I can't agree with that. Our students deserve a lot. They need that chance. And, if other people were to come here and sit here and just take a look at them, who do you think they're going to pick out? Thank you.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Real quick, if anybody needs a real good definition, the fight for impact aid and equalization, which was not equal. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. And even the discussion that you're hearing here, students, are some of the things that are going on at the national level. So you guys are our future leaders. And a few years from now, you'll probably be sitting up here instead of sitting over there. So just these discussions that are happening all around you, that involve you, that impact you, I think just being able to hear that, listen to that, actually be here present to practice your civic duty. That's what you're doing, is being here and listening and engaging. So I think that's important, and even the discussion here that's happening. So much appreciation, and I'll hand it over to Superintendent for his report.
This time I'll turn the microphone on. I appreciate all that the board members had to say, and those of you in the audience, I'm not sure why you didn't applaud their comments. So if you would do that, give them a round of applause for all of being able to speak out, all 5 of them. So I wasn't able to go to Atlanta, Georgia, and attend the national conference, but I did go to a conference that quite a few of the folks who were in this room actually went to as well. It's the NMASBO conference, and some people say NASBO, which is the New Mexico Association of School Business Officials, Wednesday through Friday last week. And the reason I'd want to kind of talk about it a little bit is some of the sessions that I went to some real specific ones, like one on artificial intelligence, one on the principal and the teacher evaluation system. But I kind of want to talk about the general sessions a little bit more. The first one is one with the Secretary of Education, Mariana Padilla, who got up and talked about a variety of things across the state. But there was kind of a little bit of tension in the room when she started talking about federal funding and how does that affect the state of New Mexico. And so the board members kind of mentioned how nationally that looks. Well, they brought up some things about DEI, and I'm not going to go into them a whole lot tonight other than to say that there's talk of withholding funding for states who engage in diversity, equity, inclusion. There's institutions who have had funding withheld for different kind of participation. So it's important that we kind of talk about this, but the Secretary of Education kind of danced around the topic. She didn't really want to get into it too deep because there's some pitfalls involved. The state of New Mexico has flow-through funding from the federal government, and I could have a bunch of people in this room, Mr. Deswood and Cluth Clark, who could come up and talk about it a lot better than I can. But basically, we get money from the federal government that flows through the state of New Mexico and goes to our schools. If we had none of that funding, the state is right now guaranteeing us that they would take care of us for the time being. But that wouldn't last very long because our district does get quite a bit of federal funding. Just real quick, I'm going to make a real quick announcement that I just got an email about 2 hours ago it's an impact date notification. Basically that the check is in the mail is what it's saying. So clap for now, but still hold your breath for the future because that's for now. So anyway, but as the secretary was talking about it, everybody kind of has the idea that so much of what we do in New Mexico, DEI is kind of integrated into most things. I mentioned the principal and the teacher evaluation systems. For those of you who are principals, or you know that when you walk into a teacher's room, you're looking to see how they address the ELL students. There's diversity, equity, inclusion throughout all that we do. So for someone to say you can't do those things at all would be really difficult for our state. I mean, literally everything we do either revolves around DEI or it has DEI involved. So it's a really difficult discussion at the state level. And so as they're talking about it, they have to make decisions on, do we reject funding? Do we take the funding and say, here's what we're doing, and you want to be honest about it, right? So anyway, it's kind of a political game right now that's playing out. Stay tuned. Those of you who are young people, hopefully you understand what I'm talking about a little bit, and you can talk to your peers about it because it's something that's going to affect you greatly in your futures, as has been mentioned up here. So anyway, that was one session. Another one, some legislators got up and talked about House Bill 2. And the reason I want to just mention that one real quick, House Bill 2 has the funding called the State Equalization Guarantee. That's the money that funds our schools from the state. And that money includes money for ELL students. So there's an extra factor for ELL students, which benefits our district greatly. But there's other things that are included with that. there is something about math scores, a provision for funding to improve math scores. And that's something that our district, we're going to be looking at that funding and seeing if we can avail ourselves of some of that funding, because we do have a little bit of an issue with that and we need some work. But I want to talk about there was a keynote speaker also. His name was, I had to write it down, Dr. Robert Avasa. Hopefully those of you who are here, I pronounced that correctly. He was a superintendent for Palm Beach County, the 10th largest school district in the United States. And I won't get into all the stuff that he said. To me, he gave me one message. Actually, he gave me a couple messages. The first one is the superintendent's biggest nightmare: when a group of people show up at a board meeting wearing the same shirt. You guys understand that? It's a funny joke for a superintendent. But the biggest nightmare for a superintendent is when a group of people all show up at a board meeting wearing the same shirt. Now, in this case, we have a board meeting with a group of people wearing the same shirt, and it's actually a pleasant surprise because we have some FFA students and some other groups of students wearing those shirts, and they're good things. Anyway, so that was one of the messages she gave. But the main one is this: as a superintendent, I need to do a better job of letting people know the most important thing about me, the most important thing as far as education and who I am with children. I've said these words a couple times, but I'm going to say them again. Because this is what he wanted his people to know, who he was and what he was all about and what he cared about. And I'm glad that the word was thrown around. There's this word that was thrown around, the E word, a whole bunch. The board president mentioned it. Okay, Caden Siazi, who spoke, the bilingual student, mentioned it. I think it was several other people mentioned it. And that word is engagement. We need to do a better job of engaging our students in the classroom. I talk about it all the time. There's pockets where we're great, but there's room for a lot of improvement. So that is huge for me. And the second one was brought forth a little bit by Secretary So. He didn't use the wording that I'm going to use, but basically he talked about connection. And that's, to me, that's a huge, huge word. Our teachers need to be connecting with our students. And that means when you walk into the classroom, you feel good about being with that teacher. And I can bet you right now that the people in this room, several of them, especially FFA teachers, are making those connections with their kids because they love what they're doing. They love the kids in their class, and those kids know it. And I walk into those classrooms, those kids are engaged because of the connection. So I just want to talk about engagement and connection. I'm going to close on a topic on a connection. I just want to bring somebody up real fast. We had a teacher not too long ago who passed away. And she worked for me for 17 years. I have to be careful. I don't want to break down too much in front of all these folks, but her name was Cynthia Nystrom. And the main thing she did, she connected with her kids. Her kids knew that she loved them. And the kids were engaged in her classroom. When she passed away, she got sick for about 2 weeks before she passed, and her daughter came into her classroom and subbed for her. She passed quickly, and on Saturday, she told her daughter that, take care of my kids. And she met the kids in the classroom. Hopefully I can get through that. Her daughter was in that classroom Monday morning because she was taking care of those kids, because she knew her mom wanted that, because she made those connections. So anyway, sorry about that. Thank you, Cynthia Nystrom. And thanks for listening to that. Engagement and connection.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to get back to the agenda, but thank you so much, Superintendent. Next, we on the agenda under 5 reports, A, HS Lady Broncos Soccer Booster Club bylaws, notice of filing approval and officers by Felicia Bondland. Is she online? here in person?
I'm online.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry I butchered your name.
No, you're fine.
Okay,
You're
thank
fine.
You may
Um,
begin.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson. My name is Felicia Boland, and I'm here representing the KCHS Lady Bronco Soccer Booster. We are seeking approval of our bylaws and our spring fundraiser from you. Thank you for having me, and we appreciate the time to discuss our request. I've given the paperwork to the powers that be to put it up for you guys to review as the board. The purpose of our board booster is to promote girls soccer at the high school level and support the program at KCHS. The club's mission is to foster an environment that inspires athletes, students, coaches, parents, and community to create a positive atmosphere for all KCHS athletic programs. Our focus is to help build strong moral character and academic excellence in our student athletes by promoting sportsmanship, personal responsibility, teamwork, community involvement, fundraising, and mentoring. We enrich the KCHS Lady Bronco soccer team by promoting financial support through our parent volunteers, members, sponsors, fundraising, and donations. That is basically the Article 1 that you're seeing up on the screen right now. As far as Article 2, the members, the eligibility to become a member of our booster, all parents, guardians, coaches, faculty, administrators, community members, business leaders, students, and alumni that are interested in supporting the objectives and purposes of our club without discrimination can join. The people who have voting rights are all the executive board members and anyone who has an individual player in the program. Members must be present at the meeting to vote and take, and each family will receive 1 vote per their player. The principal, assistant principal, athletic director, coaches, school and team staff shall be non-voting advisory members of our club. The rights and responsibilities of the members are to attend meetings, events sponsored by our club, serve on committees, be nominated, and elect school board positions. Voting members shall have the right to vote for officers, review and approve the annual budget, and approve amendments to these bylaws. So Article 3, the executive board consists of the elected officers of the club. They have the authority to operate the club, will be managed by the executive board, and they have the transact the necessary business during the intervals being between the meetings of membership and other businesses as referred to by the membership of the bylaws. It may create standing and special committees, approve the plans and work of the standing special committees, prepare and submit a budget to the membership for approval, and in general conduct the business of the club. The quorum is 51% of the elected officers in attendance. Action without a meeting, any action required or permitted to take at a board meeting, including amendments of this bylaw, committee by taken without a meeting if all members of the board or committee consent in writing to the action without a meeting and to approve the specific action. Such consent shall have the same force and effect of a unanimous vote by the board of the committee. Reimbursement, the executive board members shall serve without compensation, with the exemption that expenses incurred in the furtherance of the club's business allowance will be reimbursed with the documentation in accordance with the club's financial policies and prior approval. Article 4, the officers and their elections. The officers of the club include 1 president, 1 vice president, and a secretary and a treasurer, and we may have additional officers be elected and appointed by our executive board. The nomination committee composed of the current president and at least 1 additional officer shall be seeking nominations in August of the year in which the candidates will be elected and developed a slate of candidates. The candidates should be announced to the membership as soon as possible, and additional candidates may be from the floor by the day of the election for those that consent to be eligible. Officers shall be elected in the August meeting of the club by the member presented. Officers shall assume their official duties beginning the next board meeting. The officers will serve in a term of 1 year, and officers may be elected up to 5 consecutive terms in the same offices if they choose to continue in their role. Any vacancy occurring in the offices should be filled for the unexpired term by a person elected by the majority of votes remaining members of the executive board. The duties of the officers, the president of the club will be subject to control. The executive board shall in general supervision and control of all the activities, will be prepare the meetings and agendas and present to the meetings at the executive board at all meetings of the membership. The president shall vote only in the case that there is a tie that needs to be reconciled. The president shall select and appoint their chair members of all standing and special committees and shall be an ex-officer member of the committee of the club. Our vice president, if in the absence of the president, shall perform the duties of the president and any other duties assigned by the president of the board. The secretary shall be a member of the executive board, shall keep the minutes and the proceedings of the membership and executive notices that are duly given in accordance to the bylaws, responsible for publishing of the meeting minutes, and shall manage and keep all the records and tally the volunteer records, shall regularly monitor club postal mail and in email accounts, and in general perform all duties incident to the office of the secretary and other duties as assigned by the president. The treasurer shall be a member of the executive board in authorizing sole oversight of the funds of the club, according with the club's financial policies. The treasurer will organize, document, and record all of the financial activities, and will be diligent and conscientious, ensuring all funds are received and spent in accordance with the club's tax-exempt purposes, bylaws, and budget. The financial records belong to the club and must be available to all officers and members upon request. The treasurer will also prepare an annual budget for review and approval by the members of the Booster Club, ensure that numbered receipts are provided for cash received by the club, ensure all funds are properly deposited in the club's authorized bank account. The payments and disbursements are authorized by approval of budget and amended by the budget. Present a written financial report, including income and expenditures, and compare budgets amounts to actual year to amounts at the general membership meeting of the membership and at other times requested by the executive board. The treasurer will also see that an annual financial review and audit, as appropriate, is done, conducted and presented to the executive board, general membership, and other stakeholders. Publish an annual report and optionally monthly financial summaries on the club's website, which we don't have a club website at this time. We'll work with the booster accountant to ensure all documents, including tax filings that are required to be maintained for the nonprofit status, are completed. Article 6, the finances. The budget presented to the membership at the first regular meeting of the membership after the officers have been elected, as soon as they're in as practical a budget of the anticipated revenue and expenses for the year will be presented. The obligations, the board may authorize any officer or officers to enter into the contracts or agreement for the purchase of materials and services on behalf of the club. As far as loans go, no loans shall be made by the club to its officers or members. Banking, the treasurer shall ensure that all funds of the club are promptly deposited into the credit of the club in such banks or depositories determined by the executive board. All deposits and dispersals shall be documented by a receipt, an invoice, or another written document. Subsequently, numbered receipts shall be provided with a copy kept whenever cash is turned over or collected. All deposits and/or disbursements shall be made as soon as practical upon receipt of the funds, normally daily, immediately after they're received or counted. Financial controls, the club shall adopt appropriate financial controls to ensure the integrity of the funds. Specifically, without limitation, the club shall be maintained separation of financial controls. All expenses must be approved by the memberships by the way approval by annual budget, amendments thereto, and approved by separate resolution of the executive board. All checks, drafts, or other orders for the payment of money on behalf of the club must have 2 signatures by 2 of the officers. And this is something that the board in the bylaws we do per the district's request. An officer or another person without check signing designated by the executive board shall review and reconcile all bank statements on a monthly basis. A committee of at least 2 persons without signing authority shall annually audit all corporate finances or hire supervised outside accountants an auditing firm to conduct and review of corporate financial records. Note that the club's funds and accounts are not district accounts and will not imply that any activity, contracts, purchases, or financial commitments are made on the behalf of or binding upon any school of the district or the district itself. As far as the financial report, the treasurer shall present a financial report each membership meeting of the club and prepare a financial report at the close of the year in accordance with the club's financial policies. The executive board shall have the report and the accounts annually reviewed. If we gross more than $100,000 per year of financial practices, CPA will be taking care of the documents. With our club, CPA will be doing all of it. As far as fiscal year, our fiscal year will run from August 1st to June 30th, but may be changed by resolution of the executive board. As far as the financial retention, all records of the club shall be maintained and destroyed in accordance with the law. Standard reporting retention guidelines, financial records shall be maintained as follows. And I'll let you guys review those with each record. As far as the meetings, our regular meetings will occur at least once per month starting in August of each year. And most of our meetings will conclude by December, and we have special meetings after that to ensure that the proceedings of our board continue through spring to get ready for the next fiscal year. Executive board meetings can be made at the discretion of our board and to prepare for the general membership meetings and to conduct affairs of the club. These meetings may or may not be open to the public at the board's discretion. As far as quorum, the members present at any regular meeting of the club, provided 5 or more members are present, which we only have 4, shall constitute a quorum for transaction of business. In the absence of a quorum of the membership may not take place in that matter. Conflicts of interest. Existence of conflicts disclosure. The board, volunteers, and contracts of clubs shall refrain from any actions or activities that impair or to appear to impair their objectivity in the performance of their duties on behalf of the club. A conflict of interest may exist when the direct personal, financial, or other interest of the club, executive board member, or volunteer, or contractor competes or appears to compete with an interest of the club. If any such conflict is arise, the interest shall call it to the attention of the executive board for resolution. If the conflict relates to a matter requiring board action, such as persons shall not vote on this matter. When there is a doubt as to whether any conflict of interest exists, the matter shall be resolved by a vote of the executive board, excluding the person who is subject to the possible conflict. Non-participating vote, the person having a conflict shall not participate in the final deliberation or discussion regarding the matter under consideration and shall retire from the room in which the board is meeting. However, the person may be permitted to provide the board with any and all relevant information. Minutes of the meetings. The minutes of the meeting of the board shall reflect the conflict was disclosed. The interest person was not present during the final discussion or vote and did not vote on the matter. Annual review. A copy of this conflict of interest statement shall be furnished to each executive board member, volunteer, and contractor who is presently serving the club or who hereafter becomes associated with the club. The policy shall be reviewed annually for information and guidance of the executive board members and volunteers and contractors, and new executive board members and volunteers and contractors shall be advised upon the policy of undertaking the duty of their offices. Every member of the executive board may be indemnified by the club against all expenses and liabilities, including council fees, responsibilities incurred or imposed by such members of the board, officers, or employee in connection with the threatened, pending, or completion action, suit, or proceeding to which he or she may become involved by reason of his or her having been a member of the board, officer, or employee of the board, or any settlement thereof, unless judging therein the liability for neglect or misconduct in the performance of his or her abilities, provided, however, that this event settled the indemnity here shall apply only when the board approves the settlement and reimbursement as being in the best interest of the club. The foregoing right of indemnity shall be in addition and not exclusion of all rights which such member of the board, officer, or employee is entitled. Dissolution: in the event of the dissolution of the club, any remaining assets shall be distributed to the appropriate charitable organization or purpose as determined by the majority vote of the members at the time of dissolution. Amendments: these bylaws may be amended at any regular or special meeting of the membership by majority vote of the members present, provided that at least 30 days notice of the proposed amendments have been made to the membership. Alternatively, the membership waives the required notice. Adoption: these bylaws shall be adopted upon approval by a majority vote of members present at all regular meetings. These bylaws shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Our club met and adopted them as of February 2nd of 2025. And I'm the current president and acting secretary, because we don't have a secretary at this moment. Our vice president at this time is Amber Redhouse, and our treasurer is Carrie White Sands. And those are our bylaws for your review.
Thank you. Any
You're
questions or
welcome.
comments? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So, my question is, with all these rules, I just want to know from our financial director, that we're not caught up in the in your board or your officers to where reporting the money or depositing, where we end up having an audit finding. That's my first concern. And secondly, it's been in the past where whenever the what do you call it, booster clubs are implemented, they at the end of the year is where the fuss is. It's because the previous booster club had made sure they used the whole account. Does it get passed on to the next year's soccer? Because actually people get confused by that, and some are expecting to have some type of carryover. So I think those haven't been talked about, and that's usually where the fuss and there's times when I get calls to that question, and then I think the last time I thought, I didn't know we have booster clubs. So I think our previous financial director and kind of frowned upon that. Not the financial director, but the auditor. So I don't. I don't know what else to say, but other than just to keep the board whole and to not have those findings and that fuss at the end of the year. Thank you.
Maybe, would you like to speak to that? Some of those safeguards?
I can speak that my plan as the president, carrying on with the last president that I took over from, we did have funds from their booster, and I continue to want to have funds that will continue to the next year. That's why we want to do a spring and a fall fundraiser. So each new class that comes in has a starting and an ending, and will continue to have funds and not be left with to start with nothing. And we plan on doing audits with, as per the board policy, to present those by October
Ms.
as
Bolin?
requested.
Ms.
Yes.
Bolin, hold on just a moment. Our business manager is going to speak to some of the safeguards. If you could just hold on just a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you, President Haskey, respected board members. I actually just discovered that this was going to be on the agenda about a couple days ago. As the new director of finance, I have serious concerns about boosters, as previous directors have. They create a sticky situation in a relationship between us as a public entity and some that act as an outside organization using our name to raise funds on behalf of our students. As you probably know, there can be lots of corruption. Not saying that this is the intent of this group, but there can, you know, booster clubs where there's corruption that can take place, misuse of funds, stealing. There's just a lot of risks involved. And I actually have not had an opportunity to review this. And I think that my recommendation to the board would be to take this off the consent agenda, to table this, and allow our department to review, just to make sure that somebody within the finance department is reviewing their policies to make sure that they're consistent with ours, such that if we have any recommendations, that we can bring that back to the Booster Club and answer your questions at that time.
Okay, I agree. And then Mike, on that note, I think my concern is with new groups, committees that are on under the purview of the school district, that I did not see anywhere on here that parents have to adhere to the district policies in terms of conduct and in terms of all the ethical things that we usually have parents and students sign at the beginning of the year. So that would be another area that I would be really concerned about too.
Absolutely, and I think that we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence before just blanket signing off on a booster club. There is room for our school district to negotiate with these types of clubs to make sure that we can ask for those things to be included as a part of their declaration. So I think that we should take a moment to pause. Okay. I think that we should also communicate. I'm not opposed to boosters, even though they're not my preference because they create sticky situations for my department. But I'm not trying to eliminate. I'm sure this group has a really good intention, but we need to take a moment to actually to pause and review on our end.
Okay.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, again, you know, I mean, what's spelled out, what she went over, I mean, it seems like it's so tight that even there you may have that incident where after the fact comes up, and then it just turns ugly after that. And so then you're trying to tell them, I thought we read this to you, or you read this, and no. But then that was another concern of mine as far as what was spelled out as the family's participation and the athlete. But there's kind of overstepping into the coach and the athletic director. That's my thoughts on it. But for financially, this is what we get audited on and the findings, and that's what my concern was. And then and in this case, I'm surprised that it did turn over, it did roll over, but in some cases, that's not what happens. Thank you.
No, I agree with you to have this tabled. I think Ms. Superintendent, would you be able to reach out to the Booster Club and with our business manager, Satina, work with those concerns in regards to being fiscally responsible and having all those safeguards in place. I also like to also have our attorney look at the parameters of the issues where the policy part where the club falls under the school district and those parameters in terms of conduct, ethical behavior, and all those things that are in our like the student handbook or the parents where they sign things like that. I would like to see more something more in line with that, because in my experience I've seen groups get bigger, inflate themselves above the school district, and this is a club that falls under the school district, and I just want to make sure that those things don't come up, because I've seen it in my work experience. So appreciate the input. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just offer, for example, I in Farmington, booster clubs can have over $1 million. That's a lot of money. And, where the intentions start out good, like for every group, but again, politics can get involved, parents, there's just a lot of stuff. And we want to make sure that we're putting in the right guardrails and negotiating with these groups, that they'll be following our policies. And again, I haven't had a chance to review this and would like to take a look.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
So my comment really is to Ms. Boland. I hope you don't take this as we don't certainly want this to occur, but we have to, as a board, do our due diligence to ensure that the board is protected in respects to working with the organization. I went through the documents and I did see that also that you did apply for the you had a filing approval through the state of New Mexico as well for your organization as a nonprofit. So I appreciate that. But again, just allow us to do our due diligence through the superintendent, our board attorney, and our finance director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boland. That like Mr. Montoya said, don't let this be a barrier. We just and to safeguard your organization too, your group, because what was previously stated that things happen, and you can never be too careful, but it's just to safeguard your community, your booster club, and then also the school district and the students. They're what the expectation is, if there's equity, all those. There's a lot of questions, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there
Ms. Boland, real quick, what is your time frame or turnaround time to have this approved? That's my only question. And the appropriate board policies is policy K 2600, just to help speed things up. I mean, for me, I'm ready. I feel comfortable. They provided the bylaws, everything. I don't see why we need to delay, but it's,
I'm not comfortable.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
well,
Well, if I may, I
Go
didn't mean
ahead.
to just jump in, but the, you know, I can't remember what event was just recently, but I did mention that with the club or them using the facility, the gym, and then that's usually free. And then as far as concession, I mean, this topic has come up before to where even to make money in a off concession or food or whatever, that's still a violation because you're getting the facility for free, not having to pay. And so there's just so many state statutes that we have to comply with and make sure that with our financial director has to look out for as well. And so, you know, for this really looks well put together, but then again, there's always those fusses at the end, and I'm just trying to not have those fusses, and especially that after the fact funding, and then not getting things deposited right, and because if that comes up as another finding, right now they're being pretty, the auditors are being pretty lenient with the district because it occurs almost every year, but pretty soon they may toughen up even further and say, you guys have this finding year after year. So just watching out, and but do appreciate your due diligence in setting this up. I mean, you went above and beyond. But again, we need to check on our side and make sure that we're good. Thank you.
We'll move on to letter B, fundraising requests. KCHS Lady Broncos booster, soccer booster spring fundraiser 2025 through May 1st, 2025 by Felicia Bolin.
Madam President,
Yes,
if we're going to table the first one, you might as well table the second one because it's
Do
tied
they?
directly to it.
that's true. So we'll table, is there, Ms. Bolin, Mr. So asked if there was a timeline. Would you be able to answer that? When,
We would like to have approval as soon as possible with our bylaws, but we're willing to work with the entities so that we can make sure they're done appropriately and within district policy to make sure all of their concerns were addressed. And then as far as the fundraiser, the team would like to go to Fort Lewis in July for their, and that's what this fundraiser was to earn money for, so that the girls can go to camp this summer.
okay. Go ahead.
So I don't think we need to table this along with, I think if we can just submit it as Kirtland Lady Broncos soccer and exclude the booster.
The bylaws, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. We won't table the fundraising request. But you can present on that. Let me open that up.
Okay,
So if you could go through.
Sure.
really-
sure. So again, I'm Felicia Bolin, and I'm representing the KCH Lady Bronco Soccer Booster. And the request for our spring fundraiser, we would like to partner with Fan Pledge to earn some money to be used to proceed with the fundraiser to be used for the soccer camp for Fort Lewis College with athletic for the athlete development. Anything that isn't used within that to take the girls to Fort Lewis would be used for team building activities, banquets, senior night, and any other equipment they may need. Students involved would be 15 to 20, depending on how many players want to go to Fort Lewis. And the volunteers would be us as their parents and those that want to help. We're hoping to do this fundraiser. We were hoping for April, but it looks like May looks like a better time frame. As far as, and we're gonna try to raise $8,000. Let me find my other paper. So how the fundraiser would work, the girls would ask their community members, parents and family friends to sponsor them. And we would work with Jason Davis from Digital Fundraiser with the Fund Pledge. And we would, the girls would be put into teams, and Jason would share a document with our team to have where the document explains how the participants would create their profiles. And then on the live day, there's one live day where the girls would call all of their sponsors and for their funding and get their pledges. And then after the 30-minute time frame where they would call their sponsors, if their sponsor didn't answer, they would receive a text message from this group to one text message a week for 3 weeks. And then the fundraiser would conclude after 24 days. And then we would get a check from the digital fundraiser, and we make 85% of the funds that were sponsored. Is there any questions?
Okay. Okay, I think we have to just table this for this moment. Miss Bolin,
Yes.
we need a sponsor from the school district. So we will table. Okay, so we're just going to amend the fundraising to have the principal from Kirtland High School, Miss Westbrook, to be the sponsor.
Okay.
Okay. Are you? Okay. Okay. All right.
Let's get this thing approved.
Okay. So now we'll amend that to include that change.
I think they call that voluntold.
Volunteer.
Just saying.
Okay. Okay. Are there any questions, board members?
Okay, so on consent, it's going to be approving this as amended
Yes.
with the KCHS principal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's amended. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just a fundraiser.
Just the fundraiser.
Yes. If there aren't any other questions, we'll move on to the next item. Is C, unique trip requests, NHS FFA, state FFA convention, and state LDE Ag Science Fair, Las Cruces, New Mexico, May 26th through the 31st, 2025, by Miss Eaton, Shelley Eaton.
Superintendent, board members. I believe so. Can you hear me now? Yes? Hello? All right.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I'm from Newcomb High School. I am the agriculture teacher and the FFA advisor. I have some very special people here with me who took their time, and their lovely parents took their time to drive up here to speak with you. So I'm going to turn the time over to them, and then I'll be back.
All right, thank you.
Hello, yat ashi a Jamie Allen White in Yashia, Tana Sat Minishla, Ashi Habashin touching the Shichi Kitichi, the Shinala, Isinish is that Nasha. Hello, today I will be speaking the FFA Creed written by E.M. Tiffany. I believe in the future of agriculture with a faith not born of words but of deeds. Achievements marked by present and past generations of agriculturalists. In the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. I believe that to live and work on a good farm or to be engaged in other agricultural pursuits is pleasant as well as challenging, for I know the joys and discomforts of agricultural life and hold inborn fondness for those associations, which, even in our discouragement, I cannot deny. I believe in leadership. I believe in leadership from ourselves and respect from others. I believe in my own ability to work efficiently and think clearly. With such knowledge and skills as I can secure, and in the ability of progressive agriculturalists to serve our own and public interests in producing and marketing the product of our toil. I believe in less dependence on begging and more power and bargaining. In the life abundant enough, honest wealth to help make it so. Life abundant to make it so. And playing score with those whose happiness depends upon me. I believe that American agriculture can and will hold true to its best traditions of our national life, and that I can exert an influence in my home and community, and that will stand solid for my part in our aspiring task. Thank you.
She's in 7th grade.
Wow, that's great. That's awesome.
Hello, my name is Jamie Sola, and I would like to take this opportunity to share my recent experience at the Las Cruces Livestock Competition. This trip offered an invaluable opportunity to engage deeply with the field of livestock management, exceeding our expectations in numerous ways. Each day was filled with immersive, hands-on experiences that significantly enhanced our understanding of animal husbandry and livestock evaluation. Our team diligently studied various breeds, animal care practices, and the complexities associated with livestock judging. I am pleased to report that I have achieved a commendable score just under 100 points from the highest score. Last year's team placed 38. This year we placed 27th out of 39 teams. However, the most significant outcome of this experience was the intensive knowledge and skills we gained, which will undoubtedly benefit us in our future endeavors. A particularly rewarding aspect of this trip was the opportunity to connect with fellow students and industry professionals who share our passion for agriculture. Their enthusiasm and insights emphasize the importance of collaboration within this essential field. I firmly believe that experiences such as these are critical for students, and they cultivate a deeper understanding of agriculture, encourage teamwork, and foster lasting connections. I encourage continued support for agricultural programs and initiatives like this one, as they prepare students to confront future challenges and seize opportunities in their careers. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to discussing ways to further enhance our agriculture education programs.
Very good. She's a 7th grader as well.
Wow.
We have Tristan Lee is our chapter president. Is he online? Okay. He wanted to address you as well.
Sharon is
Yeah.
just. Oh, there he is.
Okay, let me turn on my camera.
Don't worry.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't make it. But yatesh edosh dina she Tristan Lee and she adult nishleniki hash ishni nishligo no the epashishin sana bishni the shiche no the edana edashanala tohale dana shama a amber bit silly will ye do shije a virtually will yenet and do shamasana a Maryland Baymid will yenet and do shiche a albert bit silly shiche a tohale dik and hash do Shinala a Erling Lee will ye do Shinalestein a Robert Lee will ye net and Shinala do Shinalestein a Neola Utah dik hash net and do hasta ada nanachai do isni dishkish oda ki inishta do nizna a yinishta akwet out in the Hello, how is everybody doing? I hope everybody is doing well. Some of you may already know who I am, but I am the ambassador for Newcomb High School, representing as Mr. Newcomb, and the Newcomb FFA chapter president for 2024 and 2025, and also a former Newcomb FFA chapter treasurer for 2023 and 2024. I am here to discuss our chapter's accomplishments. As a proud member of the Future Farmers of America, my life has profoundly shaped by the experiences and opportunities this organization has offered me. FFA has not only enhanced my understanding of agriculture practices, but I also instilled in me the values of leadership, teamwork, and community engagement that I carry into every aspect of life. One of the most significant roles I have taken on within FFA is co-managing the Farming the Future Grow Racks. This project has allowed me to apply my theoretical knowledge in the real-world settings, fostering both personal goals and growth and practical skills. Alongside my fellow members, we maintain these grow racks, optimizing conditions for plant growth and experimenting with various agriculture techniques. This hands-on experience has been invaluable, teaching me about the numerous of crop management and the importance of sustainable practices. Alongside our work with the grow racks, our team has devoted over 35 of volunteer time to support the Special Olympics. Volunteering allows us to make a positive contribution to our community, and working with the Special Olympics has been especially rewarding. It has not only enhanced our teamwork skills, but also deepened our empathy and awareness of challenges faced by others. The joy and determination displayed by the athletes remind us of the importance of perseverance and the strength that community support. These experiences, I have developed a strong sense of responsibility and appreciation for the impact we can make as individuals and as a team. FFA has taught me that leadership extends beyond our projects and into how we serve others. Each hour spent volunteering or managing the grow racks is a step toward becoming a more engaged, informed citizen. In conclusion, my journey as an FFA member has been transformative. The skills I have acquired, the friendships I have forged, and the experiences I have encountered have profoundly impacted my life and outlook on the future. I am excited about continuing my journey in agriculture and community service, knowing I have the backing of the FFA and invaluable lessons learned along the way.
Tristan's been involved in our chapter for 2 years, and like he said, he's our chapter president, and he's done an amazing job. He is a sophomore at Newcomb High School.
Hello, my name is Kelly Wood. I'm the Newcomb FFA chapter secretary. Our chapter had 44 members last year, and this year we have 86 members. We would like to invite you to our annual award banquet on Thursday, May 8th at the Newcomb High School cafeteria. Thank you for all your support.
Sure. We have invitations for you, and we also have the New Mexico FFA
newsletter that we were highlighted in, and we brought you a copy.
Thank you.
And then Andrew's going to bring up our scrapbook. And this is a scrapbook from last year. The trip that we are wanting to get approved, we would be taking this year's scrapbook. So you can go ahead and you can hand it right here. So this is last year's scrapbook. It was at the state convention. We didn't win, but we were there, and Newcomb was highlighted. So we hope to be able to go and do that again as well.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I see some ribbon skirts here. Or is that you guys? That's neat.
Not in that picture, but we do have members that have the official dress ribbon skirt.
And then Mr. Tristan, he's the one that has the bluebird outfit.
And he actually has made ribbon skirt pants that are for the official dress. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the governor wanted to know how many bluebird bags would it take to make one for her. I think what you guys do is great. You know, it's not. I always thought it was just animals, and you know, that's all I thought it was, and that's why I keep asking about, you know, throwing into your list to dos that about dog and cat. And because I'm that's where my mind is.
We do have some students that are doing small animal care as their SAE project, which dogs and cats fit.
I think that would be something great because the Navajo Nation has a, you know, they deal with a lot of that. Even just the basic vaccinations would even be helpful. And but I've seen some of the itinerary when you go to the conferences, and I really like this public speaking, and also with Tristan, you know, being there in Santa Fe with him, meeting the governor, you know, not even shy, you know, and just I just think that's amazing, and it's awesome that our students get those opportunities. Thank you.
Any other comments? Go
Just
ahead.
comment. I just appreciate the fact that all of you are very young in the respects to actually advocating for what it is that you truly believe in. That is outstanding. It really is. It's impressive for all of you to do what you do. So good luck and congratulations.
Mr. Wells, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. I think it's really great that the Newcomb chapter is doing well. I think they've been overlooked for quite a while. In fact, I think that the district failed the chapter down there because they had an offer. I'm not really familiar with it. I think Ms. Eaton could probably explain it better. They were offered a greenhouse, all paid for several $1,000s, and the district didn't move on it quick enough to take advantage of that. And I think that's a real travesty. I think that the fact that these members are up and coming, and I think it's commendable. We can see what the progress has been achieved in Shiprock and in Kirtland chapters, and this chapter now coming up in Newcomb. I think it's great, and the fact that they're being recognized already, showing their abilities, with just, what is it now, Ms. Eaton, 2 years, 3 years?
It's since November of '23.
Oh, wow.
So this is
And
the second school year.
already they're showing, in state and doing well. And, what was that greenhouse offer? Can you explain that a little to us?
So NTU had offered a greenhouse before I got there, and the principal, last year's principal, had made me aware of it, and so NTU offered it again, and at the district level, it was dropped for a significant amount of time, and when it was readdressed and brought to our attention, or brought to the district's attention once again, NTU said it's no longer available. So, and it was a nice greenhouse. It was $19,000. So it would have been an amazing thing for our land lab.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
And what a travesty that we couldn't have moved on that and got that facility down there for Newcomb. So anyway, I heard about that and just wanted the district and the community to be made aware of that. If something like that comes up, let's move on it and get it taken care of. So that they can have the facilities that they could use to improve their program. Anyway, congratulations to your students, and they represent themselves very well.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to say, Jongo Dinek, thank you for speaking very, very proudly and boldly.
Yeah.
And I'm full support. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Newcomb, I wish that we had programs like this way back in the day, because I see leaders amongst you guys. You guys are leaders, and to be able to speak before all these people, that's a skill. You guys have that skill to be able to speak before all these people, strangers. So it's amazing, commendable, and I think even like Miss Aspis has stated, I didn't know what your FFA went beyond just the animal husbandry. You are volunteering, what Mr. Tristan said, that you're volunteering and doing more than just the showing of animals. So that's really commendable. So thank you for sharing a little bit of what your club for what we can see, and we'd like to hear more. So thank you so much for presenting. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. And good luck with your tests. Yeah. So appreciate. Anything else? Okay.
It's Miss Ellison, right? Is that you? Eaton, I'm sorry. Again,
okay.
for what you're doing. I appreciate it. Thank you for guiding them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, next, are you still on?
We're hoping for approval for that special trip.
Okay.
For the week after school gets out. We wanted to be able to take 12, but we had to narrow it down to 5 due to funds, and we're hoping that the funds will be there, that we'll be able to do that. But we want to take 5 down to the state convention, and also have them compete in the agri-science fair, and then also have this year's scrapbook there in that competition.
That's in Las Cruces, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Superintendent, when situations like that come up where they have to scale back, especially on students, is there a way that, or does that happen where if extra money is floating or there's a money tree somewhere that we can get?
I like it. Yes.
Are you volunteering a money tree?
I mean, you know, instead of rolling it over or waiting, or, you know, is there a way to get them to make it happen for more students?
We will do our best to make it happen. I mean, we can find ways. So we want our students to be involved. So
That would be phenomenal. They would be grateful. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. And I like your jackets. They look really neat. Very impressive. Okay, letter D, unique trip request, BWTC Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference, Atlanta, Georgia, June 23rd through 28th, 2025 by Athena Davis.
Right, okay. Good evening, Superintendent Carlson and members of the board. I am Athena Davis. I am the lead advisor for Skills USA at Bond Wilson Technical Center. And we are seeking approval to take our students, 5 students who qualified for nationals, to get to take them to the Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference this June. We would be taking Alan Palmer, the Career Pathways Human Services students who did a fantastic project. They worked with Judy Nelson elementary pre-K students on the importance of eating healthy and eating the rainbow. And so they did an entire unit plan, they did lesson plan, they did they created a coloring book to give to the students as well as to distribute within the community. And they did a fantastic presentation, like I said, just going through everything they did. And also we have our information technology services student, Angela Ben, who will be going. This is our first year we ever entered that competition. So that's really exciting for him. So we're just seeking approval and also, if possible, funds. We, as a chapter, funded our entire trip for state, which depleted most of the funds we raised throughout the year. So that too.
Great. Are there any questions from board, questions or comments?
I have none.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wells. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, next item. E, unique trip request, KCHS FCCLA National Leadership Conference, Orlando, Florida, July 5th through the 9th, 2025 by Donna Yazzie.
Good evening, Madam President and Secretary and school board members, and let's not forget Mr. Carlson. We are requesting approval of our budget to take one of our students to nationals in Orlando, Florida. And we trimmed everything, and we're able to afford to take a student and myself. And I teach Family and Consumer Science at Kirtland Central High School, and I'm here to introduce my students so that they can tell you a little bit about our program. But before I do that, I'd like to say that as a former student of Shiprock High School decades ago, I have the honor of teaching Family and Consumer Science for 38 years. And so I just love it. I keep getting out of retirement and coming back to work. And so this year I came and introduced one of my kids. She's doing recycle, redesign, and we were putting our heads together, and I thought, I know exactly what you're gonna do. So all I did was show her, tell her what to do,
and she got to work and completed it and went to regionals, got a gold medal in Farmington, and then she went to state and got a silver medal. So hopefully she'll be able to score something really good in nationals. But I'd like to introduce Philip Horsley and Madison Medley.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Carlson. Is this better? Okay, there we go. Today I'm here to talk about a little bit about myself and what FCCLA has done for me and means to me. So my name is Philip Horsley. I am the president of Kirtland Central High School BPA. I'm also the vice president of Kirtland Central High School FCCLA. I am a Skills USA member, and I also am in Bonville-Sin Esports, football, powerlifting, and I am a dual credit student at San Juan College and National Technical Honors or University.
Nice.
So basically, FCCLA is a fun organization. It is a CTSO, Career Technical Student Organization. This is the president, Madison Medley. FCCLA has taught me how to work with kids, as me and two individuals who worked with Kirtland Elementary Pre-K, we taught them about colors, which was pretty fun. It taught me basically how to lead an organization, and it brought me out of my comfort zone. That's how I'm able to talk to all of you. And I would like to recognize my wonderful principal, Miss Westbrook, and my wonderful advisor. And now here is Madison Medley, who has a gold medal at regionals and a silver medal at state.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Madison Medley. I'm currently the president of Kirtland Central High School FCCLA. And today I just wanted to talk to you also about why FCCLA is important and why I think this trip is very important for me to go on. FCCLA has taught me a lot. I've been in it since 7th grade. It's taught me a lot about communication, how to work with others, a lot about kids, health, and a lot of different aspects in the world that may have to do with myself as well as my community. It's taught me how to work with my community, how to be outstanding, to advocate for what I want as well. Overall, this trip helps me learn more about myself as well as other FCCLA members. I get to meet people from all over the world, all types of states, almost all 50 states. But overall, it's such an amazing trip to go to. I get to meet leaders, mentors, people who get to teach me new aspects of the world and how to learn from the world and from myself. And overall, it's a really big teaching moment. I've been to nationals for the past 4 years, and every year is a new experience. I always get to meet new people, new friends, and I get to make friends from new states, and I get to meet new advisors, and even the advisors learn from the other advisors. For my project, I actually got to make as my advisor told you, I did repurpose, redesign. I got to make a blanket out of recycled denim and as well as fleece. And overall, the judges seemed really proud. I get to learn my own type of craftsmanship. I'm a really crafty person. My grandma taught me how to sew and crochet, and it's a big part of my life. And so I got to do repurpose, redesign again. I did it my first year, and I was allowed to go to nationals with the gold medal again. And this year, I hope to do just as good and to make my family proud again. That's awesome. Probably somewhere. I don't think I have a picture with me. But if I do, I will find a way to try to send it to you all.
That'd be great.
And I'll be sure to take many photos this nationals, considering I'm a senior and this would be my last trip.
Oh, great.
Well, I'll try my absolute best to get a gold medal in nationals, no matter what.
That's great. That's awesome. Well, any questions or comments from the board?
Comment.
Yes.
Superintendent, were you able to work with not just this group, but the one prior to see if they can go through and utilize JOM as well for assisting and funding?
I don't know if we did that for these folks. But that's something that whenever we've had folks present, we have let them know that's a possibility.
Absolutely.
And try to place it on the agenda whenever possible. Mr. Deswood has something to add to that.
Thank you, Board, Mr. Carlson, guests, colleagues. We did ask JOM, however, we did have enough money in Title I, I believe. Van is here somewhere. So I believe we used some Title I to pay for a majority of the trip, considering they did a majority of the fundraising on the road. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you. That's awesome. Any other comments? I think you guys are doing an amazing job. And thank you to principal and to Miss Yazzie and everything that you do. The passion shows, and the kids are really, the students are really picking up on that. So it's great to see them very enthused. So thank you.
Yeah, if I may add, just as a comment that I made at the beginning of the meeting in respect to the mother and their children, and the same thing in that classroom. The adults in that room can become and should be the parent to these kids, and express that through their passion, desire, and commitment, and it shows. So to all of them and to you, Ms. Shazi, kudos to you. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
And it's really commendable, Philip, for all the things that you're doing too. So that's amazing. So you guys are doing awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And then next we are going to. That's where we're going right now. So I have it on my agenda. Okay, so we're going to letter F, but we're going to have Ashland Mike Memorial Run by Phyllis Mayesis. Is Miss Mayesis online or here in person?
Good evening again. I'll actually present for her. She had a family commitment that she had to attend. So I did find some information on the Ashland Mike Run. If you go to actually I think the picture's up there. We saw it on Facebook, and then it takes you to the Shiprock Marathon website where you can register. And if you go to hit register, entrants can pay $10 to do the run. And I'll read what it says on Facebook. It says, on May 2nd at the Shiprock Youth Center in Shiprock, we will add Ashland Mike's Mile to the registration page on Run Sign Up. You can also register online. It will be $10. The website is under Shiprock Marathon. It will run through the regular registration platform, which is on May 2nd at noon. The run will be on May 2nd and May 3rd. It will start and end near the youth complex, completing a 1 mile loop toward the high school baseball field and return. Gary and his family will take care of the t-shirts for Ashland's run, including the artwork designed for the tee, along with ordering and purchasing the t-shirts. Navajo Yes will provide Ashland Mike's Mile, medallion 150 first runners, and race bibs for the first 100 runners. Please join us in keeping our children safe. Love your children. Please share this with family and friends and everyone else. Thank you on behalf of Gary, Mike, and family.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mike, would you like to add anything?
Good evening, everyone. Madam President, board members, superintendent, thank you for inviting me here to tell you about
Ashland's legacy and the memorial run we're going to be holding again this year. I know that we've had a pause since 2019 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now that most of that has gone away, we are excited to start running the memorial run for Ashland again. Not only that, we'd like to invite everyone to run for somebody who they've lost through either by being murdered or somebody who hasn't been found yet. I know that life is tough and that the thing that we're going to be doing is focusing on child safety, and that's the reason why we want to hold this or start this again this year, to let people become aware about child safety, because we've all been a child before, and those are the best times of our lives. And some of the things that you do here as board members and teachers, instructors, I commend you for that, because the passion that you put into what you do inspires our students to become better in life. So that's what we want to express at this memorial run also. So let me see if I can. I had some notes here that I just jotted down. This year, Ashland's run will be on May 2, starting at 11 a.m. This day commemorates 9 years since she was taken. And we're gonna, and the legacy that she has given us here gives each tribe across the United States, across the nation, an opportunity for them to have their own Amber Alert, to issue Amber Alerts in their nations, in their country. So I'd like for you guys to be aware of that legacy that Ashton has. She went to school at Ojo Amarillo up until the age of 11 and in the grade of 5 years. This year, it's more important that we give people the idea that, you know, children are sacred and they are joy to their parents. And just recently, most, if not all of you, have heard about what happened to Emily Pike from the San Carlos Apache. Because of that, it gave me more incentive to have this memorial run again, because not only are we honoring these children, we are also honoring the parents that are there for them. And so, again, you can register online just by searching for 2025 Shiprock Marathon. I'll take questions now if you have any comments.
Board members, any questions or comments? Mr. Mike, can you share that the flyer with us?
I don't have the flyer only because in the short amount of time that we have left, I'm still in development of that. Okay. So I'll go ahead and maybe give it to Christina. I've been in contact with her, and she can distribute it among you all.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So be there, run as an individual, run as a team, not only for you, not only for your loved ones, but also for everyone else who's been missing or murdered. Okay. Appreciate your help.
Ms. Aspis, go ahead.
So I don't want to take the spotlight away from Mr. Mike, But some of the things that he shared with me over the last month is it seems like there's a lot of support with the Shiprock Marathon coordinator and Tom Rogan. I can't say that last name, but anyhow, and I'm really grateful that there is, and reached out to Sassy as well, and superintendent and principal, and to see how they could help with either volunteer or donation, or just getting their students aware that this memorial's coming up, and just as he mentioned with the young Apache girl, Emily Pike, I think on social media, on TikTok especially, that they always end it with "say her name," and I believe that should have been the same with Ashlyn Mike. You know, the tragedy, and not only to them but to the families that have to continue. I don't see how that could happen, but if that were me, and but I just hope that everybody can come out and participate, and show that we do care for our kids, and we do want to stop, and we need to show those authorities that we can't. The response has been very poor, when asked to help, and then even to one thing that Mr. Mike wanted to do a month before was to travel to Washington, and to make sure that Ashlyn Mike's name and the what do you call it, the Amber Alert for her was still there, especially after what's been happening with federal funds, and so we can't let those things go. There's a lot of work into it, and then sadly we lost Ashlyn in order to have to get that, and so I just ask that everybody share this information, let your students know, your building know, and as soon as I get something from Gary Mike that I can send it out to our schools and Facebook. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Thank you for the information.
Okay.
Okay. Next on the agenda is G, graduation information by high school principals. We'll start off with who's the bravest. No, kidding. Closest, Kirtland High School.
Madam President, if I could, I think for these reports, can we keep it as the, like a high-level summary and not really get bogged down? Just
Yes.
give the high points. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, you.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, Ms. President. It's just.
Is this the elevator speech? All right, okay. Board members, Superintendent Carlson, community people, thank you for allowing Kirtland Central High School to go first. Our graduation plans are still set for May 23rd at 7 p.m. at Bronco Stadium. We have currently 172 seniors with 166 on track to graduate in May. We are currently implementing more layers of support for those students to get them graduated. We're specifically working with the state of New Mexico for a credit recovery option so that we are trying to get all of our students graduated. I stand for questions.
Go. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So right now, like I said, we have 172, we have 166. We have 4 that are right there on the edge to make it up to 170 that we're currently doing daily interventions with. So we're projecting we're going to get the 170. Two will be in the summer. Parents know we've had parent meetings, we have had student meetings, the most recent as of today. And then we're calling in parents and students as well and having bi-weekly meetings with them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No. Okay. Mr. Wells, do you have any questions?
No, I missed when she said how many she had perspective and how many seniors and then how many graduates, but she answered that later on. So no, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Shiprock High School.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and audience. Shiprock High School, we currently have 123 students seniors in Power Schools. 115 of those are on track to graduate if all their classes are passed, but I want to break that down a little more. 3 seniors may not graduate this year. 1 is on a long-term expulsion and is just struggling a little bit to stay on task with all of those online classes, even with support. 1 is an H3 who thought she wanted to graduate early, but then chose not to. So she's not going to graduate. She's going to hang back and walk with her class next year. And 1 is working with Graduation Alliance, the New Mexico organization, to get back on track with an online course. So the state of New Mexico is coming in and working with that 1 student, has worked closely with our college and career readiness person and our counselor. 5 of those students graduated last year, but they are in Project Search, so they are still in our numbers, even though they have already walked and received their diploma. So that's where, and then 3 seniors graduated in December. So if you take out the 5 that graduated last year and these 3 that are on the bubble, we'll have 115 that should walk in May, and hopefully 116 if we get this 1 back on track with Graduation Alliance. And 1 of those will complete their associate's degree in May with perfect attendance, as we all know. So,
That's awesome.
yeah.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board? No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so
you.
much. Newcomb High School.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, guests, and then CCS D staff here joining us this evening. I'm Dr. Karina White, and I'll be presenting this on behalf of our Newcomb High School seniors. Currently, we have 56 seniors. 56 are on track if all classes are passed. We are monitoring 10 students who are enrolled in credit recovery. 9 for sure, we're looking at paying close attention to their short credits. And then we have 1 who moved from, we thought 1 was going to be a summer grad, but she has made progress, so she'll be able to graduate in May. And then we have, unfortunately, 1 senior who dropped. So I think when I presented before, we had 57 seniors. So that 1 senior dropping, we're down to 56.
When you say dropped, what do you mean dropped? Like dropped out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So once he turned 18, he just made that decision. We tried to bring him back, but parents just left it up to him as well. So we tried to lasso him, but just couldn't.
Yeah. Thank you. Any comments? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. She used to sub. She used to sub for the district.
Just real quick, the two other high schools, Shiprock and Kirtland, had students who are going to be graduating with an associate's degree. Do you have any students at Newcomb that are on track for that or close?
We don't, and I think the reason for that is we don't really have, we really need to be honest with you, we do need to work on our dual credit program and even giving them some pathway options. At this point, we just don't have that interest, and I think part of it is just presenting it to them and then letting them know that those opportunities are there for them. And I know it's a priority that we have in our plans for even next school year. The other thing I wanted to bring up was because the way dual credit goes, most of the classes are online and it's not best fit for our students. And they prefer the one-on-one over the online. And even with just having, I would say, our staff to actually be like the adjunct faculty, we're very limited because of our number of teachers. So we're, like I said, we're planning, to address that, and then hopefully we have more even students interested. We have provided surveys, and I think with the current next plan, this next step plans that we're doing is going to really bring a lot of that. I'm going to say future planning for them as well, because they didn't even have those in place. I heard. Yeah, I heard, and we hope to bring that back.
Mr. Montoya?
It kind of addresses part of the need, the absolute need to redevelop or extend or improve, enhance that community library. Now, obviously, the challenge of having adjuncts down there within the community in and of itself are a challenge. And I know we have coming up on the agenda the ASU Prep Global MOA that's in line for discussion. And again, everything we can do to certainly try to provide that opportunity, whether it's UNM or Western New Mexico down out of Gallup, to be able to provide those services, something to improve the opportunity for them to have the same as the students in Kirtland and Shiprock.
And maybe, Superintendent, if we can brainstorm to find some solution to work on that too. So appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think these conversations are actually leading to what we're talking about Thursday. So this
Okay.
is good. Thank you.
Career prep. Yay.
Good evening. President Haskey, esteemed board members, Mr. Carlson, fellow CCSD colleagues and guests. Career prep is moving along toward graduation here. We started the year with 45 on our roll for being seniors. We've already had 17 graduate this year and have moved into graduate status. Most of them will still be walking though. Currently, we have 25 students who are on track to graduate. We had 3 students that left us and went back to their home schools, so that's where our number comes back. We had kids that got back on track, and a couple went to Kirtland and one went to Shiprock, so they could graduate with their original cohorts. Unfortunately, we did lose one student this year in a car accident, and who would have been graduation eligible, and we will be commemorating him at our ceremony. But that's how we get to 42 at that point.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, board? Okay. I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. H, report on high school ACT, SAT scores by Dr. Venturina. Is that correct?
That's correct, President. I'm not used to being called like that, but I'll get to that point. But yeah, thank you, Superintendent Carlson, President Haskey, members of the board. We were asked, actually I have our testing coordinator for the district with me to present the ACT and SAT information. Unfortunately, we will not be able to, kind of like a disclaimer, we were not able to give you the result for this school year's SAT, simply because our juniors just took that a couple of weeks ago, second. Yeah. So, but we will be preparing those presentations once the result is available by, I think the state said May, yeah, not until June, that will be available for us. But we would like to give you guys some information about ACT and SAT. So ACT is actually not a required assessment for the state of New Mexico for our students. So that's an option that our students take freely and within their time. Of course, they need to pay some of the fees that they need to incur during testing or administering that test. So some kind of like background. And Amy will jump in as well later on. Go ahead, Sharon. So by the way, those two SAT and ACT tests both test and evaluate our students' skills in reading, writing, and math. Both are acceptable in any colleges and universities for college entrance, financial aids, scholarship, and of course academic placement when the students are being placed on classes that they will be taking in college. So just basic SAT school day, we have that again last April 2nd, scholastic assessment test. It is a standardized test widely used for college admission primarily in the United States, administered by a college board to grade 11. So it measures the proficiency in math, language arts, and all 11 grades in New Mexico are expected to participate in the spring. But I'd like to highlight, it's not a graduation requirement. It's a participation that is required for our juniors to take. Yes, so ACT is American College Testing, same way as SAT. It's not mandated by our state. Again, our kids, our students are able to take that as well anytime they wish to.
I can talk a little bit about the ACT. So many colleges and universities require or consider the ACT scores as part of their admission process. The ACT scores can be used, of course, to determine eligibility for scholarships. It's administered to 11th or 12th grade students. And of course, as we mentioned, it's not state mandated. Timeline. So the PSAT is actually administered in October. Results are available in December, and we did share those in January. The SAT school day, the window is actually still open through the 25th. So we're catching a few makeups. As of last Friday, we had 91% of our students that had tested. The results will be available in June.
ACT is given pretty much throughout the year, September, October, December, February, April, and the results are available within that month. Sure, go ahead. Yeah, I'm not sure each college's requirements, but a lot of the time it's used for scholarships. So I'm not familiar with New Mexico State and their.
The state of New Mexico does not mandate. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes, then you,
That's what you misunderstood.
to take the ACT assessment.
To graduate.
To graduate, and of course, it's not a graduation requirement as well to to pass the, or there's a certain threshold or cut scores, but we are required to participate, to take our students, or to have our students take the test. And that's another layer of having or taking the test, but also with colleges, we say some because not all colleges and universities are requiring ACT or SAT as entrance exam, but also they looked at those scores to properly place and evaluate those students to place in the proper courses. We added also scholarship and financial aids that our students can apply for, and most of them are merit-based, and they require, one of the requirements to be eligible to those scholarships. And I'm not particular which scholarship. In our state, the opportunity scholarship is open to everyone, and they don't need to have a certain scores in SAT or SAT, as long as they keep their, I think the GPA is 2 point something, 2.5, and then they will have the scholarship. But again, I don't want to speak with other universities that requires for certain scores in ACT and SAT or ACT. And continue, we have the last slide, and you want. Thank you, Sharon. So this is also shared within our reports, previous reports with the directors. So here's our current data, and we pulled the last 3 years for SAT and ACT. So again, just a quick comparison between the two. Since we don't have, our kids have options to take ACT and it's not free, so that we have less students to take ACT. So, and then SAT, we let our kids, encourage them to take SAT during SAT school day. So we have more. You can see we have in 2022 we have 374 students junior took it. In 2023 to 338, and 2024 we got 417. So you see the trend here. SAT average scores have consistently risen from 2022 to 2024, with a notable increases in both evidence-based reading, writing, and math sections. And I guess that actually kind of like constitute to our graduation, or graduating our students to make that pathways to going to the college or career readiness pathways. So you see that also the range is from 400 to 1600, and the US, I just put the US average to 1024 or with 1024. So I wanted to let you know also with the progression that we have, although there's we're below the US average, but the trend of our students taking SAT is significant, and we're improving in those areas. The second part is the ACT. So you see there's 64 in 2022, 28 in 2023, and 2024 we have 22 students. And I think we have little kind of like glance of how many kids took it this year. And I'll tell you, it's 5 students who took SAT this past couple of years. ACT, sorry, ACT. So again, the ACT average scores overall, math, science, and ELA have shown consistent upward. Again, just a disclaimer, because of the small population that took it, we have that trend. But I mean, kudos to those 100 plus students that took the ACT in the past 3 years. So largest increase are seen in ELA and science, and the overall composite score has also risen on those groups or sample size.
Any questions or comments from the board?
What's the highest SAT score that you've seen so far coming out of CCSD?
Based on when I was at the high school, I had a student that I know, the 1200, who took it, and I don't want to mention the name, but it's pretty outstanding. That particular kid who graduated last year was having had that.
What about the ACT?
So I've seen back in the days, it's 30, I think 34, 35. I've seen one kid, or I think several kids in our district that had that score. The highest, the average now is 19.4, but previous years it was like 21 when I was teaching AB statistics. So the average went down, but I think that you see the students that we have been like in that threshold, 19.7. The 22 kids that took it had 19.7.
Maybe you need
18.8, sorry.
Maybe you need to turn back to the classroom to pump up the scores.
I will definitely. I have no hesitations going back to the classroom, and I love to teach our students. So I had Kalias Peter's older brother in my class, and he's one of my outstanding student back in the day. And I just wanted to mention he was a junior. Oh, sorry, he was a freshman when he took my Algebra 2 honors class in Shiprock High School, and he had a perfect attendance too. Just a shout out to Tyler Peters.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is really good information, I think. We'll just await the next results in June. So thank you.
We go, President. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is CCSD Gifted, Talented, and Creative Spring 2025 update by Kate Morse.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again, Madam President, Mr. Superintendent, and school board members. So I'm not going to call them out by name, but just to give you a little idea of how much our gifted students are involved. We had 3 identified gifted students at tonight's board meeting that were being recognized for other things. So we are super excited to see those. So Sharon, if you'll go to the next slide. So last year in January of 2024, we really started to kind of revamp and revitalize our gifted education program. And so last year we grew by quite a bit, but for our K through 12, 2025 new gifted students by school, we had a total number of 42 new identified gifted students. So you can see the arrangement. We have a very large gifted program at Judy Nelson, a very large talent pool. But we had some very, very good scores, even at our middle and high schools, which is a little bit harder sometimes to recognize. To brag on one of our students down at Newcomb Elementary School, we actually had a kindergartner that scored 100th percentile in all cognitive areas on the COGAT 8.
which I'm going to look into looking at tests that can show us if he's highly and profoundly gifted, which is a whole nother set of situations. So we're super excited. We're really finding some diamonds in the rough, and super excited to add them to our program. So 42 new gifted students this semester just from the 2025 referral. Sharon. With those, girl power, 64% of those were female, 36 were male. Sharon, the next one. By race, we had 76.6 Native American, 14% Caucasian and white, 4.8% Filipino, and 2.4% African American. And so they don't align exactly to our numbers, but when they are aggregated together, they do match our populations, which means we are identifying correctly. Next one. We had a lot of areas of giftedness, general intellectual ability, creative and divergent thinking, problem solving, aptitude and achievement in mathematics and English. And then we did add several students with the new areas of giftedness for leadership and artistry. So we had a very diverse selection of students showing their talents. So I was very proud. My PDP, my professional growth, plan, I wanted to hit 141 students for identification for the 24-25 school year. So that's what we had projected, and I actually was 11 students over, and we as a district hit 152 gifted students, which almost doubled our population from the beginning number of 78 this school year after seniors left. And so this is a huge increase. We also identified 4 students that were dual exceptional, which means they are both special ed and gifted. And so that was really nice to see in our program. Our next. So this is the total number of gifted students that we will have for the beginning of next school year. And so you can see we have gifted students at every school site at this point, Nashchitty all the way to KCHS. We do have 8 gifted teachers on staff. They are amazing. Some of them share schools, and they're doing amazing things. And with the Gifted and Talented and Creative program, we are implementing new curriculum next year, high quality gifted curriculum, and also supplies and stuff for them to use in the classroom and utilize with their students. So when I began this journey last year in January of 2024, we were at 1.8% identified gifted. Last year we made it to 3.2%. And this year we have exceeded our goal of 4.2% and gotten to 4.5%. And so we are well on our way to identifying the average is around 10%. And like Mr. Carlson was talking about earlier with House Bill 2, the equalizer, the school equalization, the SEG, also includes students that are gifted and talented. So there are funds that are connected with those students as well. So we have lots of new exciting things happening with Gifted and Talented. And one of the things that I have given credit to an amazing year has been our partnership with Arizona State University, Prep Global Academy, and Accelerate, which is their dual credit program. For our students, it allows the flexibility of going to a dual credit or high school course of their interest. It allows for high rigor, opportunity, acceleration, and college and career readiness. I've spoken about a student at Mesa who was a 4th grader last year. He is now a 5th grader. He has successfully taken pre-algebra through ASU Prep Digital, which was an 8th grade level course. He finished the second part of a pre-algebra and will be starting Algebra 1 next year. He also took Life Science 7 as a 5th grader as well. We also had almost 10 students at the middle school levels that ended up taking high school biology and other high school classes like Principles of Engineering, which they were interested in engineering. So they've had a lot of opportunity. I projected to have about 20 students. At the beginning of the year, we had over 100 enrollments by the gifted students across the district, Newcomb, Shiprock, and Kirtland. So on the consent agenda, we would like to renew our memorandum of agreement with Arizona State University Prep Academy, which will focus on our elementary, middle, and high school gifted students and their acceleration in curriculum compacting. And then also would like to continue our partnership with ASU Universal Learning Courses, and yes, they are two different entities, and focus on our high school gifted students. The Arizona State University learning courses the Accelerate are very important because it allows our students, especially those that are gifted, that want to go out of state, and also to Ivy League universities. ASU is a #1 research-based university. Therefore, if they want to go to Stanford or Harvard, their transfer credits will go from CCSD and ASU to those institutions. So they can put in a lot of hard work and get the benefit of it. All right. Thank you so much. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions, board members? Questions? Go ahead. Mm-hmm. So part of it is the amount of students that they originally had before I came in. So Kirtland Central High School, I actually was the gifted case manager that took that position in January of 23. There were already 35 students that were identified. When I took over the program last January, the majority of our students were at the middle school and high school level. We had 0 kids identified at the elementary. So what we have tried to do is we are taking the state guidance and starting to have talent pools, which is where we take our students that score high on iStation and the MSSAs and make sure that they're getting some of this enrichment, even though they're not identified as gifted. We have a very spunky and very amazing gifted teacher at Judy Nelson, Denise Piero, and she had over 70 students in her talent pool. So that wasn't just her, me telling her a group of names to do. That was her working with and collaborating with all the teachers to make sure that any student that needed that enrichment was available. Right now, OHO and KES, because of their smaller caseloads, are split, and so the gifted teacher is only there half-time. Hopefully in the next several years, we will be able to get to the point where each school can have a gifted teacher themselves.
When you say split, or shared, what is Kirtland? Well, okay, let's keep it the same. Judy Nelson do they share?
So Judy Nelson has a caseload of 25, so they do not share. If I remember correctly on the top of my head, so excuse me if I'm off by a few numbers, KES has 14, OHO has 8 identified. And so that teacher is split between KES and OHO. That has to do with their full-time equivalency, their FTE. Every gifted teacher with level 1 students is 35-1. That means a full caseload. That's per the state. So, but we had some spectacular showings from OHO at the third grade Universal Screener at the beginning of the year last semester that I reported on at the January. But it's slow, but we are really seeing strides and seeing it increase. So they've gone from 0 to 8 in 1 year.
So what I don't want to see happen is, like in Newcomb, a few years back, it was said that there were some senior students that could have gone on to Stanford. You talked about Ivy League schools, but the lack of a counselor. And so to me, if we're sharing, and especially, I'm going to fight a little bit more for OHO, perhaps, we're doing the same thing we did there, by we could have had more students.
Well, and my goal is for every school to have at least one full-time gifted teacher, have at least a caseload of 35. It does take time. There are state requirements. They have to meet the 95th percentile. We do use local norming, and actually in most districts in New Mexico, they use local norming per the district. I actually locally norm per school. So I'm only comparing OHO kids to OHO kids. I'm only comparing Nushchitty kids to Nushchitty kids when we're talking about the gifted numbers of their qualification.
Any more questions?
I have a comment really more so than anything else, or I guess a question or comment. In respects, I understand the testing up for all these things, but every once in a while you get kids that are either mislabeled or just aren't caught. What are we doing in respects to working with the grade level teachers to, when they see these kids, and I've said this before publicly, that our board that can and do excel, rather than, let's just say, a fourth grade teacher just teaching straight forth and not challenging that student.
Mm-hmm.
Are we making a concerted effort to ensure that those teachers are challenging these kids? You have one, let's say in fifth grade, that is at this point capable of doing sixth grade math. What are we doing? I guess it's more towards the superintendent as he trudges in. What are we doing to get the, again, attentive human being in that classroom to really challenge these kids and push them forward? I mean, that doesn't take a test to see if they're gifted, but you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And then utilizing that differentiated instruction in that classroom to move them forward and challenge them.
So a couple ways we do that. First of all, we use an alternative protocol, and we actually use a mixture of both New Mexico State alternative protocols for identifying gifted. One is called the Talent and Potential Assessment System, which is TAPAS. And then we also use the Gadsden case study, which we actually adopted as CCSD because they disbanded it. And we're working towards making it our own. And what those two do is it allows for local norming, but it also allows for us to use portfolio-based systems. So if a student does not get that 95th percentile and they're like on, in their upper 90s on those tests, but they're showing artistic and leadership ability, we're able to do that without that 95th percentile score. So that's one of the ways we're able to open it up a little bit more. The other thing is, for our students, one of the missions of the Gifted, Talented, and Creative program, what we will be adding in next year, is we are required to do gifted advisory councils. And so we will have 3 different meetings throughout the year where we will meet with community members, stakeholders, and parents, and talk about what they are wanting out of the Gifted and Talented program. But with training for the district, there was a House Memorial Bill 33 back in 2021 that was done, saying asking the what is going on with gifted? Why is our gifted population going from 13,000 in 2012 to under 9,000 in 2019? Statewide, it was going down. And so what we're really trying to do is trying to get back on track, get those students identified, and then have those supports for them. So one of the things that CNI and Curriculum and Instruction and Gifted and Talented and Creative Program will be doing, we'll be implementing more professional development, not in like full long, but more like bite-size professional developments for classroom teachers. We also are utilizing the gifted teachers that are at each site as a gifted ambassador to help those teachers. So when I was a case manager at KCHS, one of my biggest loves was working with the regular ed teacher to show them how to differentiate for these students that learned at higher levels and faster speeds.
Superintendent, how much does it cost for a fifth grade teacher to really see and understand and realize to challenge a student? I mean, does it take professional development to do that? Is that attentive human being? Is it working with the principal to know that there's an expectation to challenge these kids if they do find one or two or three that can do the work, let's say in fifth grade, can do it in sixth grade? Is there a special PD for that, or is it just a human being that understands that?
So it's both, actually. Teachers have had a fair amount of training how to recognize areas of giftedness. And that's something that I see where you're going with it, that there is a certain portion of it where teachers kind of understand that. But I don't know if you saw some of the numbers there. We did have a higher number of girls that were identified. And I think that's very typical because traditionally, I think the attentive human being that you're talking about that notices the gifted students tends to think of gifted students as their performing students, or high performing students. And those are the ones who tend to get identified first. So that's why we have a special kind of extra training that says, well, those aren't your only gifted kids. If you notice the numbers that we have, there's more than 30% of those kids that are identified in this district that are gifted, that are identified creativity, and not for math or for English skills or for those kind of things. So it's real important that all folks kind of, first off, keep that in mind, but then it's good to have a training that says, here's how to spot that. And again, some of that's going to be natural. You're going to see a child who is just an amazing artist. Like we have that throughout the district. And the teacher notices that those kids are going to get noticed right away. But through training, we can pick up more students to identify.
And to give you an example, we actually had a student at an elementary school that was a parent referral. And this child had actually been going through SAT, the student assistance team, for behavior issues in second grade. Turns out he qualified for gifted. And so all of those behaviors were related to him being bored in class. And so sometimes that aha moment can really affect teachers and teacher teams when they realize, oh, this wasn't just behavior, he was just bored, and wanting to engage and make sure they have a rigorous program.
I'm not going to go too far into the weeds, but again, that's one of those things about, especially with little boys, they get mislabeled, ADHD, can't sit still. No, they're little boys. And God help them if they're creative, then they really get suppressed and really get mislabeled. I mean, how many times has that happened? It damaged the kids. Whereas again, that attentive human being in that classroom, seeing that, understanding that, realizing it and doing something about it to get some positive reactions from that child.
Okay. All right. Thank you. On to the next one. I think you kind of bounced onto the next area, Miss Morris. You have the next one. J, ASU. I'm like, hello. Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
ASU Prep Global MOA and ASU Accelerated MOA.
So these are the MOAs that I was discussing in the presentation. The first one was with ASU Learning learner course agreement, which is through ASU Accelerate, and those are the dual credit classes that are offered. Basically, we're asking for the support of the partnership with them again. We've been very happy with them and want to continue our relationship.
Let's do a quick 5-minute recess. I think there might be something with the document. We just want to make sure it's
okay.
correct.
Okay.
So we'll just take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
From my understanding, one is okay, but this one is mislabeled.
So this one is actually an amendment to the MOA that we had last year, which started on 7/19/24. When ASU Accelerate sent this to me, they didn't attach the MOA. So I will get the MOA attached, and then I will represent for ASU Accelerate, ASU Learning Courses in May. If
Okay.
that's okay with you guys.
That would be fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do I need
Thank
to
you.
explain the second one?
Yes. The second part.
So this is the second, this is the ASU Prep global high school courses, middle school and high school courses that we have a memorandum of agreement. They gave us the same rate they gave us this year, even though prices were going up since we were such good customers. We are signing for a one-year term from July 1st to 2025 to June 30th, 2026. And so that is with ASU Prep Global. No tariff increase this year.
Tariffs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wells, are you still online?
I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Just making sure, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Sorry, no, I didn't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We will move on to letter K, discussion on recommendations regarding House Bill 171, 2024 legislative session by Ms. Chappell, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Gallagher.
Board President, board members, superintendent, and members of the audience. We just brought this back because pursuant to statute, it's part of the board's responsibilities to vote on changes to the academic programs. And so this is just kind of being brought back in case you have questions on the recommendations. That's all we're doing.
Okay. Any questions and comments from the board? The reason we had Ms. Gallagher is that we had the principals and the counselors all meet together. So we had the little PLC in regards to that. And so she just was available.
Mr.
Yeah,
Noble?
but it's all the principals were involved in the recommendation. Both secondary, middle school, and high school principals. Mr. Noble, do you have something to add?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Stacy Gallagher was also a big role in diving deeper into the local requirements. She did really great work to reach out and just to offer exactly what the local requirements can maximize the benefit for the graduation requirements.
Are there any additional questions, comments?
Or send me information on how.
Oh, okay. So it's basically on the electives part, the electives of each of the courses that are required to graduate. So for English, there's 4 credits. For math, there's 4 credits. For social. Oh, okay. From our meeting? Okay. 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 All right, we'll get that to you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next, L, update on bus stop light by Mr. Armenta.
You just
Light up my life. You give me hope to carry on.
For who?
Hey,
Yeah, this will be Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells. You know what this reminds me of? Those,
Superintendent
projectors,
Carlson,
the
President
lights.
Haskey, Vice President Wells, Secretary Board Member Aspis, and Board Member Montoya, thank you for having me tonight. It's always a pleasure to be able to come up here and discuss some of the issues that pertain to our, the operations side and the maintenance side of Central Consolidated Schools. I'm here tonight to present on the update for the light for the school bus stop out on the Nanaza Chapter Road. So after our last discussion, I spoke to Mr. Begay, Norm Begay from the chapter, and he had informed me that that the light was ordered, and that when it did come in, it was very, very poorly manufactured. It was in no better shape than the one that's out there, so they sent it back, and it took quite a bit of time. As of our conversation tonight, this picture is not rotated. It'd be the light that's pictured here in the handout I gave you is exactly what he sent to me. This light will be affixed on top of the light pole right here. This is the light that will be placed out on the existing pole that is out there. So they have an electrician that they're working with, and they said that they ordered this light and that it is 4 to 6 weeks out currently as of today. So once it's here, he will contact me and we'll make sure that it is affixed atop of that pole and secured, and they will maintain it, is my understanding. No, it is a solar light. So it is not hardwired in. It'll be attached through a U-bolt on top of the pole. So this is I believe a lot sturdier and a lot better light than that was out there in the initial. And so I'm grateful for the chapter house for. They didn't give me any other information as to a brand, a name, or anything else, but this is what he did give me. So I was happy to see that we're making progress. So I do stand for questions. That is correct, Ms. Lowe. That did come from the chapter president, Norm Begay. Yes. If they're not relaying to the community, I did have to reach out to him. He didn't. Ever since our last meeting, I have been staying in contact with him constantly. So it's the proverbial 2 weeks, but this time, at least I wanted confirmation of what they had ordered. And apparently they do have an electrician that they are working with, and the electrician is who ordered the light. So it is a solar power light, and it looks to be of a lot better quality than the one that is currently dangling on the pole. Yes, Ms. Aspis.
So I know this has been ongoing, I don't know, even years, but people that have just come in, I think it's they think it's something that we're doing for personally for the Lowe family. No, this is for the students' safety and the bus driver safety, and because that road, and I'm really surprised the fact that both Four Corners Power Plant and Intech won't get involved, because it's that traffic that poses the risk, the hazards. I've seen where people are passing each other and at high speeds, and then around corners, and especially when the downtimes come in, and so that's that traffic, and and all we're trying to do is to make people aware that there's going to be a bus and there's going to be the bus stopping for students. That's it, and make that visible. It's not to help the Lowe's with their farming or for additional lighting. It's all for the bus stop, the students there at the bus stop. Thank you.
Comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, in the event that there's a change in the daylight savings time and we stay where we're at, obviously it's going to be darker earlier. What would be the consideration for the district to have a light at every bus stop? Because again, it's not, the safety aspect is very clear and evident in and of itself. But with that change, and I said this before about that, about the change in time, and knowing and understanding that there's that conversation at the national level to do away with it, to where we stay where we're at, and that's going to pose again the safety risk that's involved at every bus station that we have. And what would it take to do that, to light up some of those areas? And signage, again, not just the light, but signage as well. All for the sake of safety. And could that be something that can be proposed to the State of New Mexico to be able to provide those? Again, under the auspice of student safety.
Mr. Armenta, this project with the light and everything, how much do you estimate that it costs?
I would estimate that if you were going to tackle that project from scratch, get all the materials and the labor included, you're probably, if you were to buy a quality light and using the fixture and the concrete, I would say you're probably around $2,800, $3,500 for a good quality light would be my assumption.
So,
Comment.
Go ahead.
Aside from the monetary cost, Mr. Montoya asked, what would it take? We've been doing this for 4 years. If we had to do it throughout the district, and I'm just being sarcastic, it'd probably take 20.
Well, now, yeah, go ahead.
Well, in respect to that, I think we would have to reach out with the state, look at, the New Mexico DOT, look at the right of ways, look at the easements, look at look at our bus stop routes and look at the ones that are poorly lit, the ones that are in, maybe look at the worst case scenario. When I come on board, this issue had come up, and I know that we had a team of people that went and looked at the site, and there was many discussions. There was a group involved, and now it has really come down to us taking the lead with the chapter, where before there was many entities involved, but due to the amount of traffic on that road and everybody's just peeled off. We are committed to doing what we set out to do. And I know the 4-year project, in any other project that the district does or we tackle through our process, it would not take this, because we would have a work order in place, we would have a PO in place, we'd have the procurement process followed, and we'd follow all the procedures and protocols that are set forth in our district. This has gotten, because it's where it's at and how it's involved, there's a lot more into it. So we have kind of just, we're doing everything we can to do it in the right way, where we don't, like you said, this is the first of some of the stuff that you're saying that I've heard, as far as maybe where the light is placed. So we want to make sure that our part is done, and that it is there, and it is there, and it is done properly, And then that part of it, as far as the other stops and the other, I think it was something that we would really need to evaluate. And I know that our transportation coordinator has a good map of our stops, and it'd be a matter of looking at them and see where our trouble spots are and look at something like that and maybe work up something and meet with the state.
Yeah, I understand there's that bureaucracy between the Navajo Nation and the state of New Mexico, and even if it's with the federal government in respects to being able to tag and locate some of those areas and put up, again, just as with this, a solar light to be able to address that. But it certainly, I think it would behoove us to even start thinking about that so we can get our ducks in a row just in case, because I believe the conversation at the national level is getting a lot more serious about actually keeping the time in place and not doing the adjustments. So I think we need to think about it, at least, like I said, make sure we have a plan in place to do that and start those conversations. Thank you.
Mr. Armenta,
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I wasn't faulting anyone. I was just making a sarcastic comment.
No, point taking, sir. No offense taken, but no, we do recognize that it has taken a long time. And I was thinking about how many stops we have multiplied by that 4 years and thinking, yeah, I could, no, I see your point though. And I do think that if it's something, this is a one-off thing, it's something that the district had taken on. It was brought to the attention. It's a one-off thing. I don't think we have another one in the district. So this is definitely a learning experience for all of us. Well, thank you, and point taken for sure. And I think these are the conversations we'll have, especially with our new finance director and leading with the team and the group and the meetings we have. At least we'll have good direction of what we can do and how we can approach this and look at budgeting and look at stuff like that. And grants.
Yes, Miss Lowe. If you could just limit to for 5 minutes.
6. Yat school board members Kliniki, Aron, his superintendent, Aron at Ani, Ajanai Sot Kaneki, Notsko, Ado student safety, student safety, pa, that don't know bandat this evening. You're discussing safety for the students. So this is part of their safety. Getting them up in the morning, making breakfast for our children, our grandchildren, and that they get on the bus safely and drive safely in the bus to get to the school. So the people here and the education system can do their job and the students can do their jobs. So thank you for that discussion. And then as Mr. Armenta, you and your crew, you came out quickly and put up that the base and then the pole that went up. Even that was taking over close to 3 years. I started this over 3 years ago for people that don't know about this topic here. And it was also due to my school board member, Miss Aspis, that one morning when she drove by and it was dark, and at that time the bus would come by at 6:28 in the morning. It was still dark. Then the following year it went to 6:30 and then to 6:32. So, and it was dark for most of that time. And then as Ms. Aspis stated, when there's a lot of people that work up there at APS and Navajo Mine that zoom through there, even though there's a sign, slow down, school bus, stop ahead on both ends. People drive through there, zoom through there, passing each other. And then we have the students standing there right by the road. So, and I only became aware of that when my oldest grandson, who graduated just recently from Kirtland Central High, when he was a freshman, he started riding the bus. And we'd make breakfast, Mr. Lowe and I would make breakfast for him, and we'd stand on the porch at that point because we live right off the road. We stand on the porch and make sure the bus stops over there, make sure he got on safely. And of course, the other students, the other children that are down the road, they catch the bus and the bus goes on. And at that time, they had made another stop right before the bus stop. The bus went up on the hill, so that we took that on until Ms. Aspis brought that up at the school board meeting. And then that's what prompted me to ask for help from the chapter, ask for help from Intech, approach APS, and that's not part of our job. I know, so it just kept going on and on until Mr. Benavides, who was the superintendent at that time, and Ms. Aspis had brought it up to him during the school board meeting. And then so immediately that, when he made a report to the chapter house, he and his manager at that time came out and looked at the spot and had, I think, started things rolling. And then, of course, then there was that pause there in leadership. So even that had partly to do with why this has gone on so long. And then also getting help from the chapter. So like I said, it's good to hear that Mr. Armenta contacted our chapter president. He hadn't said anything to us, so we weren't aware about the latest one. So I don't know how large that is, and then how much of an illumination that it will provide for the students. And then due to the school schedule changing for this year, now the bus stops at 6:45, and then of course at this time the sun is up. But then as Mr. Montoya stated, when the time changes and it gets darker, then there'll be a different story then when the students get on the bus that early. So I just want to thank Mr. Armenta and the school board and other people who took a part in this, and we're getting this far. So thank you very much on that behalf. And then Mr. Wells brought up then it made me think, okay, what about other bus stops within the district, like down the farm road in Shiprock, out towards Newcomb, Nash Chitty, Ado Oho, how safely is their waiting spot as they wait for the buses in the morning? And then even when they get off the bus, how's the traffic there? So as I had brought up at the last school board meeting, there's a plan to build a solar plant out by the lake, Morgan Lake. So even the traffic there, the traffic that's going to increase going through Ninahnasan, even on that side on N36. So we have to, with your help, think ahead and for the safety of our children. So that's what we think. That's what I think for my grandchildren. And I'm a former educator here from this district. I taught Navajo language over at Kirtland L for about 19 years. And I just add a little tidbit here. I'm thankful that we have two of our students that were awarded the bilingual seal So all of that effort that the teachers, well, even from the family themselves, the grandma, masana ache, they're the teachers that teach the who we are as Navajo, other than even though if they're going to graduate, for them, the students themselves, the nanshne shizapo hidisha benst edole bananstindole da no yata tioko sheba henson to hear that within our district at our school board meetings, to you as our leaders, to hear that language being spoken from our children. So thank you for I went over the 5 minutes. I don't know how many
You were trying to
minutes
go for
I
the
went
6
over,
minutes.
but anyway, so
Thank you. Mr. Armenta, what is the timeline? It's not up, right? This is just
No, that is on order. It's
Okay.
it's 4 to 6 weeks out. I'd like to thank Ms. Lowe and honestly for the communication. We come to these meetings and it's nice to hear from our community and and the students. We hear from each other a lot, but it's nice to hear from what the people in our our communities have to say about what we're doing out here. So. And I thank you for giving us the praise, and this, you don't hear that a lot. And thank you for acknowledging that. But yeah, we're looking at 4 to 6 weeks. So that was as of today. So
Good.
I will update, and hopefully by the next time we will have. And I know it's going to be a lot better than what we had. And I do know after driving the district and looking at some of the stops like that, this particular road, there's not much of a shoulder. There's, other places, there's a lot wider shoulder, more place to pull off. There's a very small shoulder. There's a lot, not just because of the traffic, but there is hardly any shoulder there, where some of the other roads, we have a little bit more of an easement with a shoulder. So there's a lot to take into consideration there as far as, things like that. So thank you for your time, and thank you if you have any other questions, but I appreciate you.
I think on that note, Superintendent, if we can start planning as was stated, that to identify those areas, those areas that might need light. So if we're applying for a grant, then we're ready with all the information. So thank you, appreciate it. All right, next. Bus stops, and then now to letter M, school updates by principals, Newcomb Elementary.
The closest one. Anywho, I should have made a wager and said, hey, let's see if the Newcomb Elementary will go up first or than the lights. No, I'm just kidding. Herman Gleason. Hashtag still to buy buses chin, Kitchini, that's a chedo, not Canada. But I didn't mention only it's an excuse. So, and one thing I didn't do was I didn't go to school at Newcomb Public School. I did not. I'm a product of a boarding school, and I went to Newcomb and not Newcomb, Tolina, and Naval Prep, and yeah. So anywho, Mr. Carlson, Ms. Hosky, Matthew, and Ms. Aspis and Gary. Yeah. So anywho, Newcomb Elementary, we have 160 students as of last week. Yeah. We have 17 pre-K and 24 kindergartens, 24 first and 21 second. Third grade we have 25, and fourth grade we have 25, and fifth grade we have 24. So we have 46 staff members. So, and our attendance from August to the end of March, our attendance rate's at 90%. And August to December, first semester, our attendance rate was a little bit down at 89.9. However, from January after the break to March 31st, our attendance has improved really well. So last week, our attendance by itself was at 95.7, which was like, yeah. So we were super proud about that. That was a celebration. So we did that. So next slide. So our 90-day plan, we focus on ELA, English Language Arts, Mathematics, and attendance. and you probably see teachers, EAs, custodians, you know, everybody has a voice in our plan. So most of our teachers, we require them to do PLCs on a weekly basis and do a data dive, data reading, and all that good stuff. And we utilize HQIM materials, resources. Right now we have N2 reading and Great Minds, and some other teachers are also using other HQIM resources with math. And right now, attendance is a challenge, but we've made it our focus to address it. So that's it. So yeah. So this is our first year. I would say maybe it's our third year though, but I would say this would be our first year doing a dual language program that is 50-50. The first 2 years we did 90-10. The 90-10 was coming off the ground pretty well. And this year, when we went to 50-50 program, things were a little bit challenged within our program just because we had to get more teachers from K to 5th grades. Before we only had kinder and first grade. And we just had kinders in one room, first graders in one room, and we did 90-10. That was working really well, and our student growth was super. When we went to 50-50, we seen some challenge. We are ready to do some interventions on how to tackle it from now on, moving forward. However, you know, it's doable. So right now we have 47 students in our dual language program. Almost a third of our students are enrolled in dual language, and we do have like 4 kids from Nosh Chitty, which is cool. I'm sorry, Dr. Mitsui. So they, you know, we bust them in, so which is good. So so. What would they say? 14,000 per child.
Yeah,
so that's.
If I could quickly comment, I think myself and Ms. Haskell, we actually stopped by it was a basketball game, and the students did an amazing performance with language, culture, and they were fluent. I was blown away. I was impressed.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I can.
Is it Miss
Bidda, yeah, Miss Bidda, yeah, and she did high school games for like 4 or 5 games, and she's.
And the students were engaged. The community were all. They all
supportive.
And
Yeah.
supportive.
Yeah, and you know, an outsider coming in, when you show them when you visit a dual language classroom, it's very rare when you go into a classroom, kids talking their own language, and everybody be like, "Whoa, I am super," you know, they're blown. And they're super excited about it, and they're just the language that they talk. And sometimes they'll throw in some little slang, but you know, they're learning. So I am super proud of that. So, and for me, I've talked Navajo growing up all the way to high school, and for me to start talking English was a challenge for me. But all I know was Navajo. And that's all I taught, even at Tolena when I was at boarding school. So anyway, moving on. Our data for K through second, MOY or BOY and MOI reading data, we've slightly increased, but we're still gaining, which is, you know, we're really proud of it. So what we're really proud of is our first grade students right now. They're coming up. Second grade, you know, it's a challenge, but they're holding their own. Yeah, next. Math, kindergarten, first grade, you know, they're doing their thing. They're improving. Second grade, however, they're a little bit flatlining, and we expected that. They did the same thing last year, and now we are addressing it. We are contacting some parents in terms of how do we address fluency, math facts, and the little things. So that's what we're doing with our second graders. So go ahead. And this is our Cognia, BOY, and MOY data. And I am super excited about one area. Um, we've improved practically in every category except for one. Um, One thing I would like to say is I'd like to thank Mr. Carlson. Um, he went to our third grade teacher and thanked him because our third grade teacher, our third grade class, at the beginning of the year, they were 96% needing support. So when they took the MOY, they decreased it from 96 all the way to 16% and improved it in near target and on target. So I was super, my third grade teacher was super proud and said, hey, guess what? Mr. Carlson came over and congratulated me. So I told all my parents that we're gonna have a party. So that was a celebration. So we did celebrate the third grade. They celebrated, so which was cool. So it's not often when you hear an admin coming over and personally congratulate teachers. So thank you, Mr. Carlson. Diga.
I got a question.
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I don't mean for this to sound derogative, but with the comment that you just made, it seems that you're inferring that they don't show up, and it's very rare that they do.
They do show up. It's just the fact that to congratulate someone personally was special. Was special because of the growth that was seen from the admin, and for them to see it and then to come over personally to actually
Okay, so
acknowledge it.
the other question I have is, what is your from first through fifth grade?
Yeah.
What's your student to teacher ratio?
Our FTE is very low just due to the dual language enrollment. Right now, our student teacher ratio is like 10.8, I think it was. It's very low. So if it was for dual language, then our FTE would have been a little bit higher.
Okay.
And I thought I was the Debbie Downer here. Anyhow.
Let's get it correct. It's Gary Downer.
I applaud, I like hearing that our superintendent, I believe all the years that, I've been on the board, I've never seen one, emotional, and, of losing, a teacher. So, and that's why I stood up and applaud him because we can get wrapped up in all of this stuff, but still we're human. But the one thing I wanted to ask about is your, you talked about the feedback. You wanted to, you told the parents about the math scores.
Mhm.
So what kind of feedback did you get from them? Or what were you asking?
My initial message was I need students to be present, and attendance, is the utmost important thing that we were trying to ask for parents to help us with their child's attendance, come in so that we can implement our own instructional to increase their academic growth. So.
Mainly, I wanted to hear how are we supporting those students that are not maybe not necessarily intellectually at risk, but the ones that are having the hardships, even from home. How are we supporting them? How are we keeping them in school? Because I think that is important too.
I've always said this at Newcomb Elementary in North City, schools, we are in a unique situation and unique location too. A 0.5 inch of rain can create havoc, and you'll get messages saying that bad weather stops, and it'll affect probably, I would say, maybe 60% of our students, and that's something we cannot control. However, we do our best, to send work home when they come back, and try to work with them in that case. So there's a lot of families, that live out in the rural area, and their struggle is, they don't have transportation to the bus stop or a bus stop stopping near their place. So those are issues that we have, and there's a lot of things that we can't control, but whatever we can control, we address it, and we try to use the liaison more often. So I myself used to be a liaison, and I found out one time when I was making home visits to Nosh Chitty, the student lived west of Nosh Chitty, maybe half a mile up the highway. I mean the mountain. The only way to get to their house was you had to go to Shoot Spring store, go up the mountain, then come back up. And those are situations that we have, and we do have people still live in that semi higher in that elevation. So yeah, we're in a unique situation. So, and we even have one student that lives, our bus have to get on to Farmington District, go on 371, then come back to pick up that student and then come back around. So yeah, so we have our challenges. So
Mr. Wells, do you have any comments or questions? Okay. Any other comments or questions? I think, Mr. Gleason, it's really a tribute to you and your staff and all the teachers that despite those challenges, your attendance rate is at 92 point something percent. So, and that tells me a lot that the students want to come to school. They want to learn. Even the scores reflect that. So that's really amazing. So good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, your data's on the right track, and a lot, at least from what I saw, there's a lot of, at least with that presentation by the students, there was just a lot of people that celebrated the students who were doing quite well, especially with language and culture. So I think that's good. So I guess in that respect, like back when we had the A through F grading system, there were only two schools that I recall in San Juan County that had A grades. One of them was Newcomb Elementary, and the other was Country Club Elementary in Farmington. That tells me that Newcomb has that type of potential to do incredible.
And we tell our kids, and we tell our parents also that we are so fortunate that we rely on our tradition, and we don't have the luxury of using our fingers to turn up the heat or a finger to turn on the light. We still have kids that when you shake their hands are rougher than mine. So that tells you they're working for it. So their experience are totally different. So I really applaud the parents. It's amazing. So yeah, and for me to be within that community, coming from there, it's more special. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
It's quite a challenge. I'm glad you're cognizant of it and able to meet it. I guess the thing I would say is coming out of that challenges make you tougher.
They do.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
It's one of those things of constantly saying that our students, irregardless or irrespective of what the circumstance is, they're just as capable as anybody else, but they have to have the educators standing in front of them that believe in them and to draw it out of them and to show them that they can be much, much better than their circumstances are.
Yeah. And we tell them that, we relay that message that, we're no different than like a 9-year-old kid at Judy Nelson or Kirtland Elementary. Every kid, has that same opportunity. they have that resource of materials, and we do too. So it's just the location we have. But bottom line is we're doing our best, and I have really great staff. So that's amazing. So, and I'm so fortunate that my staff really work together. So their work is pretty awesome. So, and moving on, is it okay? I move on?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so our challenge right now is math scores, and I think it's just not only us; it's across the boards, throughout the state. Also, our challenge is math scores improving. What we've done is we contact some parents, and we've been doing math fluency for an hour or 30 minutes. It's just straight math facts, two times two, 2 plus 2. Just constantly just install that little memorization and just do it. And that's the interventions we're doing. And the same way with our reading and, our phonemic awareness. We're doing the same thing with that too. But math scores, we're trying to improve. I know back in the day, they used to say math only has one language. But since Common Core came about, it's a little bit different. So, but our second challenge is student attendance. And like I said before, we did unfortunately had to put several students on contract because they've missed way too many days. So we're working on it, and we've been meeting weekly to get that higher. And it does show in our data that we are over 90%. So. And professional development is another challenge that we have. But however, seems like this semester, I'd like to thank Jerry Herod, Candace Kames, and Mr. B. They've been challenging us, moving the professional developments and training to our own building, to the schools, which is a big plus. And our teachers don't have to drive out here like we did to present here. So. No, I'm joking. Which is a huge thing because substitutes are hard to come by. And for them to bring the training to us is a big thing. So it alleviated a lot of stress on our behalf. So, and our last challenge is a dual language intervention. If you were to compare like a regular ed core teacher, they would teach reading and math, and later on the day they'll do interventions, right, for about an hour, 90 minutes. However, dual language do not have that luxury. So that's a challenge that we have. But then I'm thinking about maybe teaching math for 30 minutes or maybe an hour, hopefully, Miss Dr. Brigay. See if we can do math for 30 minutes in Navajo language, maybe just implement some interventions. That's the plan we have moving forward. So like we said, math is, we need to improve our scores in there. So yeah. So next, our celebration. I think this is the reason why most of our students keep coming back is we do have a student of the month for each class. We celebrate with them. They do watch movies and they do get awards and they get a little toy at times. Every month we do trading posts. The trading post is like each teacher gets like we call it an Eagle book. We give them like 50 Eagle books to each teachers, and if a student is worthy of getting an Eagle book, they'll get one or maybe 2 or 3. So at the end of each month, they get to spend that money. They call it trading posts. We have items all the way around the tables, and they get to choose to buy. And that's, by doing that, they even use their math to buy an item. And we do cook popcorns and everything. So that's one incentive we have. And then the one thing that we're really looking forward to is a book vending machine. That we haven't really installed it, but we're looking forward to. We got the machine last week, so we're super excited about it. And I know the kids saw it and said, "Whoa, what is that?" So that is pretty cool. And yeah, yeah. I told him to give me an autograph book, but he didn't. And we had Reservation All Stars. They presented a anti-bullying, which was really good, and the kids liked it. They participated. It's through basketball, and we did have Jim Jones, Basketball Jones, come last week too to do a motivation for pre-test motivation, which was pretty good. So it's a motivational thing. And we do have spring concert coming up in May, and that'll be the first time we'll ever have a spring concert. We usually have winter concerts. And we did our spring family literacy night last Wednesday, and then our attendance improvement, we do celebration along with student of the month. We do that too. And we had several students that transferred out to our own CCSD schools within our district, and they come back and says, you know what, you're the only school that had field trips, so I'm coming back. So that's one instance that we have too. So I know that we have students going to Page and to the Albuquerque Zoo, and even our special ed students, they're going to the swimming trip too. So they're all excited about it. So, and effective professional development. The Empower last week was here, and our teachers really loved it, and they were like, yes. So we had Mr. Brian come 4 times in the last 2 weeks, so, and he was super excited. So yeah, so, and Spelling Bee winners, we celebrated that, and we had one 4th grade kid student that took first place and went to Navajo Nation. So that was a good celebration that we have. I think only three students went from CCSD, and she was one of them. And we also celebrated the art winners too. So 4? Okay. I don't know how to do my math, so yeah, gotta learn my fluency. So
Do this kind of math like this.
yeah, it's a little bit tougher than Engage, huh? So Eureka. That's all I have. And
Well,
any
thank you.
questions? Comment maybe?
No, it's a good job. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, Biga.
Nosh Chitty Elementary School. There's 24 slides.
Yat kia ani nishle. Ado hashlishni bashishni. Sitna Jenny dashache don't know bani dashanale. Okada sana nishle. Ado yisana shado tayat hobye. But I grew up in Nosh Chitty. My name is Dr. Elvira Bitsui. It's nice to meet all of you. Board members, Mr. Montoya, Mrs. Aspis, Mr. So, Mr. Wells, Ms. Haskey, and Superintendent Carlson, and your cabinet here, your team and colleagues. I don't know if there's any parents here. We have a presentation here on behalf of Nosh Chitty Elementary School. We are the home of the Badgers, and I was looking at Nosh Chitty Elementary School. I said, can you guys hear me okay? Oh, okay. So I went online and we were researching, and we found that we were on the best elementary schools list for U.S. News Today, the World News Report, or the World Report. And Eva B. Stokely was #1 in the school district. I don't know if that's something that the school district contributed to, but we were very, very proud to see ourselves on that list. So go ahead, you can go to the next slide. Like I said, I'm Kia Ani, and these are pictures of our children. And, we just love our little babies there, and we're all related. Not really like that, but by clan, and we come from different regions, and we greet one another by Shiyaja, Shatway, Adoshamasana, and we have that. We don't have the dual language program, but we have our own program. So go to the next slide. We're working on our vision and our mission statement, but we do commit to welcoming each child so they feel welcome, they feel safe, And that's what we're stressing, in this day and age is we are on an index of 51% at-risk students. So Herman mentioned some of those attributes. So we are revisiting our vision and our mission statements, and our average attendance rate is 89%. Our student population is 78, and it was at 82. So it fluctuates, is what I've learned. There's a lot of transitions from in and out of the community in schools, and there's a lot of variables to that. We have teachers that are full-time FTE. We have 5, and then we have 4.5 FTE teachers. Educational assistants, we have 3. Counselors, we have 1 at 2.5, which is 1 day out of the week. Social workers, the same. A heritage bilingual teacher, we have 1. Support staff, we have 8. So if you could show the whole slide, is that possible, like a slideshow? Okay, this is an interesting slide here. When I just came on board, all these little words here were I felt like they were just all over. And so I said, we're going to work on a framework. So this is the EPIS research framework, and it starts with exploration, preparation, implementation, and sustainment. So we looked at what do we have, and Herman used a 90-day plan as a reference. So our educational plan for student success has all these different components. So the implementation is the commitments, and I can go down that list, but I can't really see it. I didn't bring my glasses. But outcomes are to produce highly effective students, highly effective programs, and to bring the community together to increase attendance, assessment data. And just recently, Lisa said we can proclaim to be a community school. So we're very proud of that. And here we have our growth and non-growth of that iStation, ISIP math for the beginning of the year and the ending of the year. So we'll go to the next one, the next slide with the charts. We'll go to that one. The next one, that one there that Herman showed too. Okay, so as you see here, kindergarten has made significant, I would say significant growth. First grade as well, and we talked about this, and we've had conversations during our PLCs, and we believe it's because we have the early childhood program, the pre-K program, and second grade. There are different reasons, like we had a teacher and then we didn't have a teacher and then we had a sub. So some of these things, do exist in remote and isolated areas. And as a nation, we're faced with this teacher shortage area. So third, fourth, and fifth. Third had some growth, but fourth and fifth just plateaued out. So we're having those conversations. Although it's not really plateaued out. If we go to the next slide, we also have reading here. And so we've talked about how did we have some growth in kindergarten and first grade. Let me see. So we talked about that, and can you go back to that slide 6, please? Let's see. And excuse me, but I had a cold, so I'm trying to get over that. Slide 6. Go back up one more time. Okay, 6. I guess 5. I apologize, but I'm trying to go through this. I'm not going to take 30 minutes like Herman. He's my little brother. He's Yashin. So number 5. Okay, so it says in May, data conference and work in domain specific areas of needs. That's what we'll be working on to increase the test data. Best practices that are in place now are sacred time, and math in the mornings. Where Herman School, you're doing better in reading and language arts. Our school is doing better in math and reading, and language arts is what we need to work on. And then they also, teachers have come up with the fidelity to the core. How are we implementing the HQIM materials? Student-led conferences also contributed to the growth. Can you bring up the slide itself a little bit higher, because we did identify several attributes. Data talks with students, goals are identified, and goals are set. Small group centers and transitional centers like iStations, using their little iPads is important in the classroom. Teacher emphasized the importance of testing to students and parents. Those were some of the variables and attributes of success for the teachers. Okay, we can go all the way back down. Okay, here's reading. The first slide was on math. So in reading, kindergarten did increase their test scores, or their iStation progress monitoring assessment data, and then first and second as well. Third, again, there was some progress, but very little. Fourth and fifth as well. So we are meeting more, and we're doing data walls, and we're going to have a data night. We're having math and ELA literacy nights as well with the parents. So just bringing them in and having more communications with them is what we're doing. To the next slide. This is the rate of improvement that the iStation consultant worked with our teachers on in our school. Level 1 is the lowest level for reading. As you can see, there is some growth, although they're still in the red. This level 2, there's also there's growth in each categories, each area. Although level 5, there's a very low growth rate, but we are still growing as far as our test data shows. Okay, we can go to the next one. Math is the same way in level 1, where you saw all the red. Even though it's in the red, we're growing and we're making some progress. Okay, go to the next. Our priority areas that the students the teachers worked on for each grade level. Kindergarten was phonemic awareness, and this is that layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 is required. So first grade, they focus on alphabetic decoding. Second grade was spelling. Third grade is spelling. Fourth grade is vocabulary. And fifth grade is spelling again. So if you'll see the boy beginning of the year and then the end of the year. So for instance, for kindergarten, at the beginning of the year, they were at 72% in level 1 and 2, which is the lower levels. But now they're at 31%. They've actually grown. So a lot of data analysis and looking at data is really important with our teachers. This is a beautiful picture of our Nosh Chitty area. This is the state math testing for math for third grade, fourth, and fifth. For at the beginning of the year, 100% were not performing. By mid-year, we know the yellow line or the yellow graph or the yellow bar increase. So there has been some changes and some improvements. For fourth grade, they kind of have sustained the same level of data. And fifth grade, you can move it up a little, is also the same. So we're having serious conversations, courageous conversations with the teachers. So, and going back and looking at our data and getting the parents involved, having them ask those questions that you all are asking. Okay. And here's the reading achievement levels for third grade. Again, like it was almost at around 90%. And by MOY. I believe that's MOY right there. Is that EOY? Sorry. So I myself am getting familiar with the state testing and the district assessment data, not only summative testing, but formative testing that teachers implement. So this is just showing the graphs, and it's a really good way for them to take a look at themselves as teachers. And sometimes we don't want to really self-reflect. But like I said, I'm having those courageous conversations, and thank you to Mr. Deswood and Jerry for coming in and, guiding us as well. So here's fifth grade, they were at 44% and 56% for, I think this was this math or reading? But you have the presentation, reading achievement levels. So I apologize, I can't regurgitate all the data off the top of my head, but we do have the charts here. Okay, go to the next slide. Language use for third grade. So this is the state testing, third, fourth, and fifth. For third grade, again, the red, it's actually red, but it looks orange. They were almost at 70%. And by the end of the year, they did have some students go into the yellow zone or the yellow colors, which is making some progress. And by 8 is proficiency. So that's for third grade. And then fourth and fifth is there as well. So you just see the colors, and it tells you a good story about what's happening in the classrooms. Okay. And then these are the growth strategies and what we're going to do, and in working with our professional development plans, monthly formative assessments, and there's like 12 areas like that priority report that we showed you earlier in the slides. And really looking at test data, I think is really important. Okay. Again, we went to a training with the State Department, and they said data-driven instruction, data-informed decision-making. I talked about that. Culturally relevant learning, the 90-day plan, effective school leadership and systems. These are all indicators of how we can improve our school. Student wellness is up there, as well as teacher and staff wellness. We are increasing family and community engagement, and we're planning a spring community celebration and enrollment drive. Okay. You can go to the next slide. That's kind of like the same thing. So when I got here, there was a young lady presenting about her achievement in earning the New Mexico bilingual seal. And she said that she kind of, I guess, did a stop out from her culturally relevant and language classes because it was no longer engaging due to it turning to paperwork or just maybe filler work. But we call this Beda Ainanagi, place-based learning, community of learning and resources. And when I was asked to do the presentation, I understood that we show our data and what are we going to do to address those areas of needs. So in my background, I believe in language and cultural learning, and I believe in, for instance, this diagram shows like this is a study of corn, how that extends to the community, our parents, our grandparents, and also community resources like NAPI, the Net College. How do you bring those people together to help us, help us help ourselves and our communities? Physical and overall health is also part of just the simple fact of learning about corn planting. Community resources, our elders, our local farm growers, maybe a trip to NAPI. So these are things that we're working on with, even we're thinking about working with the career technical education program for our parents and our students. Okay. Again, this another diagram of how we can make learning culturally relevant and engaging for our students. Okay, so we started off with a picture of a young girl that was showing the house. Can you go back to that one real quick story? There's a little girl holding, yeah, she's, I think she was like in second or third grade. Now go down to that picture where, oh, maybe I didn't send it in time, but this young girl is now graduating from the University of New Mexico and Tohatchi High School in a dual credit program. So that's what our school district has produced is young people graduating at age 16 with a high school diploma and a college degree. So I just want to say that, you know, Nosh City is a good school. We have people that have graduated from there and have gone on to, Harvard, University of Oxford, you know, really good prestigious schools. So that's my presentation and thank you very much.
Okay. Hold on. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Basui. Oh. Newcomb Middle School.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Is that someone that takes a right to?
No, that's not Chile. Not Chile. Separate. It's different. Go. Sorry.
Okay. Yate Shea Ethel Manulito in Shia. Ado Tapa and Schlido Tachi ni Bashis Chain Kia Ani Edashanalado Oge Edashache Ado Twatch Ade Ade Inasha. So this evening I want to thank the board, Madam Chair, and then ladies and gentlemen of the board, and Superintendent Steve. So first of all, I just want to say that I truly appreciate, you know, the invitation to have our school come here and present and give you information about, you know, what we do. And I really appreciate that. So I'm with Newcomb Middle School. I've been there for 9.5 years, and I feel like I've grown with the school. I remember coming there and I looked at all the reports that were left by the former principals. And the thing that I saw in those reports were that back then, you know, how the schools were graded. So there were, our school was, you know, had a lot of D's and F's. And I think just one year it was a D and the rest were F. And one of the things that I thought is that, you know, this, our kids deserve better, our community deserves better, and you know we're really gonna make Newcomb Middle School a name that we're gonna be proud of. So with that, our journey begun. So one of the things that we have done that work and help us to accomplish is getting the school designation of traditional. So coming from when I started there 9.5 years ago, we were at comprehensive school improvement, low performing. That's like the lowest. So with, you know, as I said before, with grades of F and 1D, and then CSI, low performing, and then this year our designation being traditional, you know, my staff and of course students that went through, you know, they have done a tremendous job. So I really want to emphasize that. And I think that, you know, we did a presentation here, but as I have heard, you know, my colleagues' presentations, one of the things that I think is foremost for all of us is the 90-day plan. that's when we do that in the fall, we look at our data, we look at everything that we have, and I take a look at the skills of my teachers. What are they good at? Will they really help our school? We identify the needs, and so that's how we began. So just a little bit about our student body. We have 128 students, and 41 sixth grade, seventh grade is 39, eighth grade is 48. And then I have a small staff, and it's going to even decrease less. We're sixth graders are going to stay with Herman and also Elvira. So next year our enrollment will drop again. And then we also, excuse me, have core classes, and then we have elective classes. And all of the elective classes except for Navajo language and culture and PE, those are not shared with Newcomb High School. So we share a lot of our teachers with them. And then what that also does is that we share our bell schedule. So we don't stand alone, if we're going to make any changes, if we're going to, do like any type of programs over there, or, we have to let each other know. And I always tell my staff, I said, it feels like, when you go to the fairs, they do this gunny sack race. So you have one leg, one person has one leg over here, and then the other person stands by you and they have the other leg and this one gunny sack, and then you run, that's how it is. So we have to always make sure that we're coordinated and doing things together. So let's move to the next slide. So what's working, as I said, is that our 90-day plan that we've done for the fall, we've implemented, and a lot of these programs that we're doing here that are listed here, our professional learning communities, those are done on a weekly basis, and some of our others, they do it on every 2 weeks, so it varies based on the need of the departments. So those are ongoing, and then just the communication that we do with our stakeholders. We do monthly calendars, we do newsletters, and then the teachers individually, they do their own communication with the parents. And so there's many ways that we do that. And we also have included the chapter houses. We serve 6 chapter houses, but 7 communities. So we keep them, in the communication loop about everything that we're doing. And then the other thing, we've been talking about safety all evening, and our LSAs have really contributed to ensuring that we have a safe campus. So I'd like to acknowledge all the work that they're doing. And then our after-school programs, those are all part of aligning everything so that it works with our 90-day plan. So that's what we do. The next slide, please. And these are some of the new new programs. One is working with the Unity, Equity, and Student Council. So they have started, we have a sponsor. She's been working with our students, and they have attended many conferences in Phoenix, Albuquerque. I think they even went to Las Vegas. And so those have really taught our students leadership skills. So it is so successful. I think that what they have done from ICO and helping and supporting our schools is excellent. Excuse me. Then the other thing that we were informed that we were part of the outdoor learning program. So we have been purchasing, anything that, plants and anything that we can work with. So I have a team that's working with the outdoor learning program, and that is combined with the community schools. So making it more of a community effort, and we're really including the students, and we have some parents that donated the tires for our gardening areas and things like that. So that's how we're moving on that. And we're going to be applying for the community schools for the next school year. So now it was just kind of getting to become familiar with that this past year, and Miss Lisa Renner really helped us with some of her funding. We don't have it at our school level, but she was able to help us and support us with that. And as the last one, I mentioned that we are now the traditional school status. So I think that is the greatest accomplishment that my faculty, my staff have done, and our students. So we're very proud of that. Next slide, please. And student attendance, this is a lot of information, but you have received the presentation, so we just provided what our data has been for the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and then some of the challenges that we encounter out in the Newcomb area. So a lot Mr. Gleason has brought up, and it just, you know, we have students that live west, and they live in the mountains. They live in, you know, really rough terrain. And then there are some that live east of 491, and they will say that, you know, they get all the rain from the runoff from the mountains. So, it, you know, they get their areas flooded. And so those are challenges that they deal with, which really impacts their attendance. And so then, as I think Mr. Gleason said, you know, majority of our families don't have transportation, or either they have to have relatives bring them to the school, or bring the kids, or come to activities and things like that. So those are the challenges that we deal with. To the next. And in helping to improve attendance, we've done monthly attendance challenges, and we usually begin that at the school year, but we decided those work very well, so let's do another attendance challenge, and we do a lot of rewards. We provide a lot of incentives on a weekly basis when we do those things. So that has really helped. And then the second one, it's the school attendance team. We have a team that comes together every month, and we meet and we go over all of the, you know, just getting an update on how many students really have excessive absence, and, you know, we try to find out what's going on. And then if we have to send a liaison, or if we have to do you know, a check at home, you know, those are all things that we do, and making phone calls. And so we work together as a team to do that. And then the next one is that for all the student count days, we want to make sure that our students are there. So to bring them, we do celebrations, so that we're really, you know, our goal is to make sure that we have, I think one of them, we actually had, the one for October, we had 100% attendance that day. So we were really happy. So that's the purpose of that. Then the next slide, please. I'm not going to go into details, but this is just the beginning of year comparing to the middle of year data for the 6th grade, and for reading, language arts, and math. And so I think we all have different ways of presenting our data, and this is for the 7th grade. And we've seen increases. You know, we always want to see more, but you know, we're happy with the increases that we've seen. And then this is for our 8th graders. So then going to the next. Student success, we've done that with the professional learning communities, as I indicated earlier, and then the attendance notices. And then also the social emotional support. We're using the Capturing Kids' Hearts, and we have monthly meetings with our coach through that program, and they provide us with all the resources so the teachers have access to the Capturing Kids' Heart resources. So that's what they use on a weekly basis in their classrooms. Next slide. The continuance of school initiatives. And so this is just like, this is, all the things that we're doing and all the challenges that we encounter. These are things that we want to continue because they really help us in working with our students and really identifying their needs and focusing on how we can best help them. So it's with continuing the social emotional learning, and then the 8th grade teachers, which Ms. Simo heads that with the counselor, is the next step plan. So they're going to be working on that next week, and then helping the 8th graders as they transition over to the high school. And then we use IXL for skills development, and we do that during our advisement classes on a daily basis. So we have just 30 minutes, but we really take advantage of that. And we started from the beginning of the school year and really wanted to build up the skills that the students need. So the teachers do a very good job in their PLC meetings identifying who those students are that really need the help and supporting them along on that basis. And then we also have sports. We do all the fall, winter, and now the spring sports. And then we have the National Junior Honor Society too. Next slide. Some of the challenges as I went along, it's been mentioned, but in our building, we just have unreliable power and internet services. And Ms. Simo can, and it really impacts like our testing, our assessments, our when the teachers have to use online work to do their lesson plans. They can't get on, or then they have to, make some changes until it comes on. So those are on a daily basis. So I think that I know that the district is working on that and helping, and we appreciate that. So then just the lack of professional development time in our calendars. So we have to really get creative. And earlier someone mentioned, it's hard to get substitutes, and especially in our area, we have to be on, really the high school and the elementary, they take the subs or vice versa. And so we're like trying to make sure we could have coverage. So that I guess it's going to be ongoing for a while. And then the other area is just the, working with parents. I think when they get to the middle school level, I don't know why, but it changes. At the elementary, parents are really involved. They come for everything, and at the middle school, it's a challenge. So that's all I can say. Then along with the power and internet, we also, don't have really good cell service. So that's something else that we deal with. And then just getting certified teachers, certified staff to come and work at our school and stay for a long time is a challenge. They come for 2 years, 3 years, and maybe some for 4 years, but not beyond that. So that's an ongoing situation that we deal with. So next slide. And then this just shows that, with our community schools, we have been really working with these communities. We have Newcomb chapter, Burnham, Two Gray Hills. The writing is to Nosh Chitty, Sheep Springs, and Sanasti. Those are all the chapters that we serve. So we really want to work with them when we apply and if we're given the community school grant. So next one. And these are just some community school events that we've held this year. So that's all it lists. And that's the end.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to comment that, just looking at your test scores and data, it looks like things are moving in the right direction. There's growth at all grade levels. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the end of year assessment is going to look like for your school. So like some of the issues that we talked about, such as power internet services, is there something more that we can do, like even like power backup, like solar or battery power? That if the power gets disrupted, do we have something that would be able to kick in? That's something that's within our control as a district. And I think the other one that was mentioned was lack of cell phone service. I don't know who the current providers are that work that way, but I know like in cell one I'm not sure where the towers are at. So maybe the other discussion is, maybe do we need to put a tower in that area? Because I know that area within our district has really bad service.
I'm gonna go ahead and
just some thoughts.
No, that's some good thoughts, and I think Leandro or Dr. Venturino.
And it goes back to the question that we have is, what do we have within our control that we can, like within our land lease, that area, what can we do to help solve some of these issues that exist out there?
Good points, good questions.
Yes, and those are great points, Mr. So. And we have a current project that's ongoing, which we anticipate the Sacred Winds and the project that they've been connecting. It's the digital highway from Bloomfield, Kirtland, Shiprock, then Newcomb, and then Nash GT. So that's been in the work, and we were told by our vendor that that will be completed by June 30th. So we are really positive that that will happen, and that will help alleviate some of our connection issues with the new fiber optics connections within this area. However, I cannot speak for, because if there's no power, even we have those breakthrough upgraded servers, connections, network, that will not be possible either. So I'd like to have Rodney to answer some of those.
Well, thank you, Dr. Venturina. And I know that that out there, and we do have challenges, and I know that we have talked to Wagner Power, we've talked to Rocky Mountain Commons about designing or maybe looking at getting power generation out there, utilizing, you know, the propane, and have some power backup for the middle school to help with alleviate some of the issues that we're having on the brownouts or the blackouts, and have some type of consistent power. And I know that's been an ongoing issue, and like we've stated that if we don't have the power, no matter what, you know, what we have as far as the system that's there, even if it's all upgraded, we got to have the backup. So we have started them conversations. We're having Wagner doing a lot of our PMs and keeping up with our generators, the power generation that's there now at some of the high schools, and we'll really look at where we're at in encompassing that into our budget of looking in the future of having power generation out there in the middle school. Thank you.
And one more thing to add, we also have the current Category 2 project for E-rate, which is our access points will be actually started installed at Nashiti Elementary School, and we were planning to have it live in the next coming weeks. The next one will be the Newcomb Middle School and Newcomb High School and Newcomb Elementary. Our contractors are working even at night to make sure that those access points, again, adding those boosters basically to our connection. So our coordinator, he's not here today, Mike Thomas, actually made a test run this week from 50 Mbps. That connections will boost up to 150 to 200 Mbps for those new Category 2 project. And then aside from that, I know before I shared that we have a Starlink, like a secondary internet connections down in NoHo, which we have a kind of like a pilot test if that will be something that we want to pursue with other locations. And I know our finance director is pushing us to get that going, but I recommend to wait for the project that we have been waiting for so many years with our Sacred Winds and ComNet contractors or vendors. So if that is something that we need to supplement with our connections and internet, then we will go that route as well with Newcomb area. So we do have some plans in the works for those areas, and I do feel Miss Manuelita about those. You know, during testing, it really prohibits to continue our students taking those, and sometimes we have to report test irregularities for if that happens. So just sharing some of those informations. Thank you.
Just wanted to let you guys know, as working with all the departments here, finance, operations, and with IT, we are putting in place 3 additional POs for the cell phone boosters and for the radio communication boosters to get those ordered. Ms. Ray, did we actually get those POs put in? We put in the requisitions for those, so we'll keep you updated. Once that comes in, we get those installed. That's the last portion of completing our upgrades for the communications, and then those types of boosters for that. And then that completely upgrades our district for the radios to be able to use the radios in the buildings that we've already completed in Kirtland and in the Shiprock area. So that is also in the works as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
So with that backup power, is that Generac? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now item number 6, review consent items, see below, and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and/or approval. A, possible items removed from consent agenda. I have letter C, notice of filing approval for KCHS Soccer Booster Domestic Nonprofit Corporation Bylaws, New Mexico, and I have letter I, memorandum of agreement between ASU Accelerated and Central Consolidated School Districts. Were there any other ones to pull?
No, I believe that would be it, so I'd make a motion to pull those two items.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspis, Mr. So,
Yes.
Mr. Wells,
Yes,
and I vote yes.
I guess going back, with that said, I'll make a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda. And I believe we wanted to modify item D to
Yeah.
where the fundraising request is amended to have the Kirtland Central High School principal be the sponsor of the fundraiser.
Second.
Did you get that, Sharon? A second. Okay, Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
yes,
And I vote yes. Okay, on to the next item. Executive session. A, convene an executive session discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectation of the superintendent and as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discussion pertaining to threatening or pending litigation regarding legal advice as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis, how do you vote? Mr. So?
Yes.
Mr. Wells?
Yes,
And
and
I
I
vote-
can't hear Miss Aspis.
Yes, she said yes, and I vote yes. We will. to the community, we will be continuing executive session on April 17th, Thursday, April 17th at 9 a.m. Also here in Kirtland. And we take a vote? Okay. Okay, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So? Do we make a motion? We make a motion to continue? Okay, Mr. Wells, I need a motion to continue for Thursday.
I so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so now, Mr. Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. So, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Don't be difficult.
Dismissively.
Okay. All right. We will see you on Thursday. Thank you so much.
Hey, check your